Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for May 6, 2014. We'll begin with the special order calendar decision items. Item number 1, A2319BZ, 1901 10th Avenue, Brooklyn.
Good morning, Eric Blatnick.
Motion to grant?
Chair Srinivasan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Collins.
Aye.
Commissioner Hinkson.
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Thank you.
Item number 2, 15602BZ, 964 65th Street, Brooklyn, the office of Herrick Feinstein.
Good morning, Jennifer Dixon.
Motion to grant?
Chair Srinivasan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Collins.
Aye.
Commissioner Hinkson.
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Thank you.
Continued hearing items. Item number 3, 19296BZ, 1832 1854 86th Street, Brooklyn.
Good morning, Elizabeth Bennett from Sheldon Lobel PC for the applicant.
Are there any questions for the applicant? No. Any speakers on this item? No speakers, we can close the hearing.
Thank you.
Chair Srinivasan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Collins.
Aye.
Commissioner Hinkson.
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye. We'll set the decision date for June 10th.
Okay, thank you.
Item number 4, 17407BZ, 1935 Coney Island Avenue, Brooklyn, the office of Carl Safaro.
Morning, Carl Sofaro, applicant.
All right, we had a few questions. Commissioner
Yes.
Montanez?
Right, I saw that you reduced the number of LEDs, I think by 1 in the canopy closest to the residential property, but I note that I think they're foot candles,
Yes, those are for candle values.
are still
But
in
if I
the
may,
range of
Commissioner,
13 to 22.
Commissioner,
Yeah.
we're making a revision. We're going to be removing the area lights and poles, and that will result in a zero spillage on the adjoining lot.
Okay, so it's being caused by the pole light, not so much
It's the elevation
canopy.
of the pole light and the
Okay.
fact that they're not LED lights. So we're just going to remove them. We think they're unnecessary. The canopy light is sufficient there. And that'll be contained entirely on our side with no lighting trespass to the residential property.
Okay, that would be fine, great.
Are there other questions? Any other questions? Any speakers on this item?
I'm
Yes.
sorry, I did have one question about the moving of the bus stop shelter.
Yes.
The MTA sets the routes, but isn't it City DOT that determines the location of bus stop shelters?
Not that I know of. From what I remember from
It's overall
2008.
It's part of the street furniture franchise. It's administered by DOT. So I believe that's the case, but could you check on that?
I
Because
can. I thought it was MTA's surface unit that administered that, and they had made the arrangements previously to have us relocate that bus stop, which is still the plan.
All right, if you could just check to see if
I will.
DOT's approval is required, I would like that.
We'll do that.
Well, one thing we can do, because I think that's the last remaining issue, and I did comment on this yesterday, we did receive a letter which the board had accepted the last time in 2008 regarding discussions with the MTA. I did note that, in fact, the operation of this facility cannot really take place unless they relocate the bus stop. So we could.
My
As
only
lo-
question is a process one, really. is to-
Right, but I think our concern is that we want to make sure the bus stop is relocated in order for this grant to proceed, and it should be done by the appropriate agency.
Right.
So if you have no, I think Mr. Salfaro can find out the answer, but I would like to close the hearing and
That's fine.
ensure that we put a condition that that has to be done prior to getting your permits. Does that seem reasonable?
Yes, and it's our intention to comply fully with that.
Okay.
Because,
All right. Are there any speakers on this item? Right, if there are no speakers, we can close the hearing. We'll leave the record for you to just.
That'll be
you can
done by the end of the week.
Reach out to DOT and find out what the process is. And if you can submit a response to that in.
And also, I'll give you revised drawings
Yes,
of
and
the
revised drawings
Lux
as well.
diagram.
So if you can submit that to us on May 20th, we can vote this out on June 10th.
Very good, thank you.
Take a motion to close?
Chair Srinivasan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Collins.
Aye.
Commissioner Hinkson.
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
New cases, item number 5, 245-32BZ, 12305 First Avenue, Queens, Sion Herzadag.
Is the applicant here? All right.
245-32BZ.
Is the applicant here for 245 32 BC. All right, I've just been reminded that the applicant actually asked for a postponement, and so we'll bring this back on June 10th.
June 10th, Madam
June
Chair?
10th, yes.
Item number 6, calendar number 61152BZ, 3535 24th Street, Queens. Gerald J. Caliendo.
Good morning, Sandy Anagnostu, representing the applicant. I attended the review session yesterday, and I made note of the chair's comments regarding the extension of time to complete construction. So I'd like to clarify that. When we initially filed this application, the property owner was contemplating actually selling the property and moving out of state, and prior to that, he had other financial obligations, and he was unable to build this enlargement. But he does intend to not sell the property. He's there to stay, and he would like to actually complete the construction for this enlargement. So I would be able to revise the application to include a request of time to complete construction.
All right, but when did that expire? It must have expired like over, I don't know,
Yes.
close to a decade ago?
Yes, and they should have come back to the board at that time. They were actually, usually the board gives 4 years to complete construction. In this particular case, they gave the property owner 2 years. And from the date of the amended resolution, which was January 9th, 2001, they did not.
2003, and now it's 11 years later. I think
Yes.
you're going to have to make a very compelling case for this board to allow you to give you more time to complete construction. I don't think you can just assume that you've banked these rights. And if this was a case which was, in fact, because this is an existing case before us, which is the operation continues, if this was just a new case, we wouldn't have allowed you to come under an SOC application. We would have asked you to make a new application. So you can revise it, but you're going to have very compelling reasons and give us a time frame in which you have to do it. Also, I think you should speak to whether this enlargement just speak to the relevance of this enlargement at this point in time and any impacts on surrounding areas as a result of it.
Okay, well, I'd like to mention that this is one of the few manufacturing uses in this community, one of very few left in the city. They employ many, they employ and offer opportunities for apprenticeships, for residents, local youth in that community, and it's a very important, viable business.
I understand
And-
that, but I think just by what you said today is, in fact, there were financial issues. They were moving. They were going to sell this property.
They were contemplating. yes,
Contemplating.
They never act.
And so at least I think we'd like to see something from the owner that they have, in good faith, they're planning to build this soon.
I understand.
Okay.
Okay.
Vice Chair, do you have any?
No, I think you've covered it. Thank you.
All right, any other speakers on, any speakers on this item? Any other questions for the applicant? All right, so we will then continue the hearing. We can bring you back in June. If you can submit to us on, you're going to revise your application and you can put forward the information requested.
Yes.
So if you can submit to us on June 3rd, we can bring you back on June 17th.
Thank you.
Item number 7, calendar number 32205BZ, 6969 Main Street, Queens. Eric Blatt.
Hello, good morning, Eric Palatnik on behalf of Queens Jewish Community Council. We attended your review session yesterday, and we'd like to answer some of the questions your board had. Work permits have not yet been issued for the actual construction. Demolition permits have been issued for the interior demolition, and the interior demolition has been completed. right now, we're filing right now at Department of Buildings to get the work permits, and we hope to be completed with construction in the next 2 years. The delays are just simply because it's a not-for-profit, and I happen to be on the board was on the board of the not-for-profit, just struggling for funding, and it's, God bless you, little by little, we're getting the funding in place. So we have the funding now. The architect is paid for, and the plans are going to be filed, and the BSA term expiring was the
Okay.
holdup.
Any questions for the applicant? Any speakers on this item? If there are no speakers, we can close the hearing.
Chair Srinivasan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Collins.
Aye.
Commissioner Hinkson.
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
We'll decide this on June 10th.
Thank you.
Item number 8, calendar number 17309BZ, 839 through 845 Broadway, Brooklyn, Goldman House.
Howard Goldman for the applicant. I understand there was a question yesterday about the nature of the housing. There's a new owner of the property. The housing would fit into, is intended to fit into the moderate and middle income categories of affordable housing. This is a neighborhood that has an abundance of public housing, of NYCHA housing. So this would actually be a positive addition to the neighborhood.
Okay, and the new owner is intended to do that?
Yes, that's the intent.
Okay, good. Any questions? Any speakers on this item? You can close the hearing.
Chair Srinivasan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Collins.
Aye.
Commissioner Hinkson.
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
We can decide this on June 10th.
Thank you very much.
Appeals calendar, decision items, item number 9, calendar numbers 140 and 14111A, 6917 38th Avenue, Queens, Sheldon Lobel.
Elizabeth Bennett for the applicant.
Motion to grant?
Chair Srinivasan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Collins.
Aye.
Commissioner Hinkson.
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Thank you.
Item number 10, calendar number 12313A, 86 Bedford Street, Manhattan, Brian Cave.
Morning, Phyllis Arnold for the applicant.
This application's been withdrawn.
It has. We have the permit in hand, so with that, we've asked for permission to withdraw the application, and we thank you for your help in affecting the outcome.
Thanks.
Continued hearings. Item number 11, calendar number 11013A, 120 President Street, Brooklyn, Abrams Fentersman.
The applicant's asked for an adjournment. We'll have the next hearing on June 17th.
New cases, item number 12, calendar number 30413A, 517 through 519 West 19th Street, Manhattan, Simon and Wright.
Ms. Simons, do you want, is it fine to call all three cases together?
Yes, please.
Okay, please.
Item number 13, calendar number 31213A, 521 through 525 West 19th Street, Manhattan, Simons and Wright. And item number 14, calendar number 31313A, 531 West 19th Street, Manhattan, Simons and Wright.
Good morning, Chair Srinivasan and Commissioners. This is Emily Simons for the applicant. These three applications before you are appeals from a denial by the then First Deputy and now Acting Commissioner Thomas Ferriello with respect to spaces located at 531, 521 to 25, and 517 to 519 West 19th Street in Manhattan. I will be presenting this morning the overview of the way these buildings operate, and then Chris Wright of the firm will go over certain crucial legal matters. As a representative of David Zerner, Inc., also known as David Zerner Gallery, we are going to demonstrate that these spaces, based upon the main use and dominant occupancy, are in fact retail uses and not, as the denial maintains, places of assembly. On every level of review, we have provided the Department of Buildings with overwhelming evidence of the retail nature and the limited use of these spaces. And in each case, DOB has chosen to simply ignore this evidence, violating the clear language of the building code that dictates occupancy classification according to the main use or dominant occupancy of a building. Basically, this matter has become an issue of nomenclature rather than substance. If these three spaces were called David Zwirner Art Sales or David Zwirner Art Store, I would not be before you today. However, since it is called a gallery, DOB has decided, with no evidence, that these are places of assembly. This is just not so. Simply put, by calling a retail space or a sales establishment a gallery does not take it out of the code definition of a mercantile business. In New York City, you will find Astro Gallery of Gems selling rare fossils, gemstones and jewelry. You'll also find the Aaron Faber Gallery on Fifth Avenue, which sells unique jewelry pieces by jewelry artists. Gallery Verson, Gallery of Wearable Art, and Gallery of Garments, all located in Manhattan, are retail clothing stores. And just as an aside, I had my hair cut this weekend, and the store right next to the salon was a framing gallery, and that's what they call themselves, the Frame Gallery. All of these establishments are defined as retail, mercantile uses by the code, that they all use the nomenclature gallery. In the final analysis, what exists at David Zwirner is the business of selling art and a retail establishment that displays and maintains a stock of goods available for viewing and sale. The gallery does not charge admission. And the gallery does not charge an admission fee to go into the building. Functionally, this space is used as a retail environment, and the operation by its staff reinforces this issue. Unlike the Metropolitan Museum of Art, the Whitney, the Guggenheim, or MoMA, where most, if not all, of the spaces are called galleries and where nothing is for sale, every single piece of goods, be it painting, sculpture, installations, or works on paper, is for sale at the David Zwirner Gallery. There are three separate tax lots, but they function as a single retail space. What goes on in these spaces is the buying and selling of art, and the configuration of the spaces, as I will show you, reinforces the retail nature that goes on here. Before I go any further, I would like to make a crucial point. According to DOB's legal counsel, a place of assembly is where people are physically active and do not have a common center of attention. For example, museums and passenger terminals. I hope you understand that this is not the case here. We have specifically sized rooms for specifically sized art for specific buyers. I'd like to go through.
You can take that, Emily.
I will challenge this way. Okay. I'd like to go through, can you hear me now? Yeah, okay. I'd like to go through the three spaces and show you what exactly they are and how they function. The first space is 531 West 19th Street. We have inventory, office, lobby, office, inventory, office, and then an art sales room and an art sales room. This configuration is like any other retail space in New York. It has inventory, it has offices, and it has items for sale. The middle gallery is, and I think I'll stand over here and so that you can see. The middle gallery has inventory, art space, office, and sales rooms and sales rooms. Again, this is like configuration like any other retail establishment in New York with inventory, offices, and goods for sale on display. Okay. The last room here, it looks significantly different than the other two spaces. And there's a reason for this. 517 is an invitation-only gallery and is not open to the public. The space is reserved for the gallery's most prestigious collectors and most famous artists. What you have here is art sales, art sales, art sales, art sales, and art sales. The collectors come in and walk the viewing path and then along here and then can leave. And that is the way it's functioned. We ask you, no, I'm sorry. We ask that you take a look at what really goes on in the spaces. Here are some indisputable facts that are a clear indicia of retail activity. In 2010 to 2012, the David Zwirner Gallery sold over 2,000 works of art by 40 different artists. In addition, each year, over 750 art books displayed within the spaces are sold. The website contains 19 pages of books for sale and the listed price of each. David Zwirner is active in both in the primary and secondary markets. The primary market is direct sales of product shown on the walls or the floors to collectors. In the secondary market, David Zwirner acts as a matchmaker, hooking up collectors who want to sell pieces that they own to other collectors who are looking to buy a specific piece or a work of a particular artist. I'd like to turn now to some of the code sections. DOB maintains that these spaces are places of assembly. I'd like to read to you the section on the definition of place of assembly in the code. It's 27 to 36 of the code. An enclosed room or space in which 75 or more persons gather for religious, recreational, educational, political, or social purposes, or for the consumption of food and drink, or for similar group activities, or which is designed for use by 75 or more persons gathered for any of the above reasons. Sorry. None of the listed activities are comparable to the activities that go on at the David Zwirner Gallery. Most importantly, retail spaces are glaringly absent from this definition. The second code section is Table 3.2, which describes typical assembly occupancies. In the occupancy F3 classification, you have exhibition halls, gymnasiums, museums, passenger terminals, bowling alleys, billiard parlors, and skating rinks. David Zwirner Gallery is obviously none of these. These are large and cavernous spaces with no center of attention. And finally, I would like to make this point. In your package is a New Yorker article. This article describes everything that I have talked about here. It is an article about the buying and selling of high-end art, the highest-end art in the world. The David Zwirner Gallery is the featured dealer in this article. The three buildings here are mentioned in the article. More importantly, nearly every high-end art dealer around the world uses the word gallery in its name. This article is objective evidence. It's not written by us. It's not written by the Department of Buildings. Please read it. Thank you. And I now will turn the discussion over to Mr. Wright.
Can we, why don't we take some questions right now before Mr. Wright comes? That's fine?
Okay.
All right. You said a few things, and
Go ahead.
that I had some questions on your, I think, parallels. You talked about the Whitney and the Metropolitan, and you said these are galleries. Well, they're museums. And you have in Chelsea several, if not, I don't know, a couple of hundred galleries. What do you consider those? Are those galleries or are those retail stores? And how does the operation of those galleries differ from yours? I raised this yesterday, I think.
Yes, I know you did.
Right.
I consider those, all of them, retail spaces. They all are in the business of buying and selling art. Unlike the Metropolitan Museum, there's really actually no comparison. I mean, you can't buy anything there.
Right, I understand that.
Right.
My point is that you talked about the difference between this gallery or this space,
Right.
the subject property, and the Whitney and the Metropolitan. And you're right, there is no comparison.
Right.
But I think the point that I'm making is that a gallery doesn't have to be the same as a museum. And galleries, I don't think, are limited in terms of being large and cavernous. You talked about exhibition space galleries. These are considered large and cavernous. I don't think there's anything in the definition or even the common understanding of these spaces that make them large and cavernous. They could be small exhibition spaces. They could be small galleries. So I wasn't persuaded by that. And I think if you want to make your point to us, you have to find more analogous spaces. You said that all these other spaces in the Chelsea area, in your opinion, are retail.
Yes.
But they all have certificates of occupancy for galleries, and they're not being contested. Isn't it possible that, in fact, the definition and common understanding of a gallery are spaces where you display art and you sell art? So the retail activity that goes on in these three spaces don't necessarily make it retail use. They could still be considered, and as we all understand galleries to be. Commissioner Octagon, I know you.
Right, I had a related comment yesterday when I basically stated that I didn't find your argument convincing because all galleries have a commercial function. That's what they do. They display art in the hopes of selling them for up-and-coming artists and existing artists. So I didn't see how this space functioned any differently than the commonly understood gallery.
I understand what you're saying. I believe that galleries are retail spaces. There may be other galleries in Chelsea. I know there are many other galleries in Chelsea. And it's my understanding, and I will go back and take a hard look at it, my understanding that several of them are F3 occupancies and several of them are commercial or mercantile occupancies, and that list art sales on their C of O. I will take a hard look at those and the galleries surrounding. There is one difference. There are certain galleries that operate slightly different from the David Zwirner Gallery. And these are galleries that from time to time have shows by artists, complete shows of paintings from collectors that are not ever seen by the public, and nothing is for sale there. Those spaces are more akin to assembly spaces because there's no retail use going on. They keep both uses, but they provided themselves with an F3 occupancy to allow them to have these private viewings. But again, as I said, I will go through.
But one of your buildings has private viewings, isn't that correct?
No.
Yeah, 517.
I'm sorry. This one has private viewings, they're all for sale. The difference being that they will have a show by Donald Judd, and in it they will have pieces, he's a sculptor, he'll have pieces all over the floor, just to show you the work of Donald Judd. Nothing will be for sale in those cases. In our case, they are for sale. They are the highest end pieces by the gallery's most prestigious artists, and they are open by invitation to the gallery's major collectors. I think that's the difference there.
I don't see the sale of art really being significant enough to push. Otherwise, generally, this very similar spaces and the way these spaces are used are similar, and just that the retail activity triggers it into a completely different category. I am not persuaded by that. And I just again, I would say, as Commissioner Otley-Brown did, that you have many galleries where you have art. It's not by tickets. You're allowed to go in. It's open to the public. Some people buy the art, some people don't. On your website, on the website of this, it identifies exhibitions that are going to be shown in the next year. Anybody who goes there can see that. It seems it allows people to go in. So I'm finding it very hard to find the distinction. Vice Chair?
This might be a minor point, but I wanted to ask it anyway. How often are these spaces used for large events like receptions, dinners, fundraisers, where there are hundreds of people literally in the building?
Basically, these spaces have large amounts of people when they have an opening. And that happens a few times a year.
I've been to two events at this space. I didn't know there was not a second means of egress. There were 800 or 900 people at the event.
Well, I will say that that this generally is not the case. With all due respect, it's generally not the case. Approximately, when you go there on a day-to-day basis, there's only perhaps 5 or more people that attend the gallery. And this tends to be a destination gallery for very high-end art and for collectors. The building code itself provides a mechanism where when a space that's usually limited to very few people has such a thing as an opening, if they allow them to get a temporary certificate of operation, so that they're not places of assembly, but they are permitted to obtain certificates of operation, so that they are covered, and then they meet the code requirements for a large space, for large numbers of people.
So you're saying that if you have an occasional event, they have to go to the buildings department and they'll get a temporary certificate
Yes.
of operation, which will
Yes.
show an operation that addresses these issues of egress, even though there's no second egress?
Yes, this is what they do, and this is how they operate.
Okay,
Can
you document that for us?
I will document, I will see
I
if
just
I can
wanted
get
to
some
add-
documentation for
I
that.
wanted to add one
Yes.
last thing. With
Yes.
regard to the occupancy groups, the F, 1
Right.
through 4, I understand, I guess theoretically, your argument that many of the spaces listed there are routinely or usually larger than an art gallery, and art galleries can be any space. But galleries are specifically listed, and I have a hard time getting over that, just as a matter of statutory interpretation. If it is specifically listed within the uses that are in this occupancy group, I don't see how you get out of it.
I understand your question, and I maintain that those galleries that are listed there are non-commercial galleries recognized by the zoning resolution as use group 3 community facilities, but I think that they are not talking about the small destination gallery that we have here with high-end art and high-end collectors. It just is not the proper nomenclature for what actually goes on here. And I think that the building code says over and over in various places that you've got to classify according to the main use or actual occupancy of a space.
But places of assembly don't have to be large spaces. There's an occupancy of 75 people. So
There
we're not
is,
talking
right.
about 400 people, we're talking about 75 people. So I think the building code definitely contemplates smaller spaces, so that's one thing. I don't find the argument that you have commercial art galleries as use group 6 and then art galleries as use group 4 under the zoning that somehow distinguishes the way they're used vis-a-vis the occupancy of the space. One is commercial because probably they have retail as a part of that, and one is run by nonprofit. And so I can't see how that really changes the way one should look at occupancy from a building code perspective.
Well, I have to respectfully disagree, and I will
But if you could
elaborate
tell
on
us,
this.
And
Yes.
also one other issue, which
Yes,
is,
go ahead.
I think you're talking about a very specific type of use over here, and I think it puts the board in a very odd corner in terms of how one interprets spaces like this. You've talked about that this is particular because it's high-end and very expensive art. I think there's no way to distinguish the amount that you pay for art and the way the space is used in distinguishing this as not a space of a place of assembly versus one that's not. Then you've talked about the actual use, which is, well, it tends to have 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 people. But it's designed, and I think the word designed is written into the code, it's designed to be occupied for more people than that. And I think the buildings department's correct in looking at the larger occupancy versus maybe occasionally or maybe even periodically, it's less than that, in determining what kind of safety features are required for the space.
All right. What I will do, if it pleases the commission, is I will look at the different definitions and see if they were designed rather than rather than the definitions that I quoted, actual occupancy or actual use, I think that there are more definitions in the code that really function on the actual use rather than the design of a space. And I will go through that. I will go through the code, and I will take a look at the sections and how they are written and how they possibly could be construed.
Okay. Commissioner Hinkson?
No, I just wanted to actually say something very similar to what the chair has said. I focus on the design of the space more so than necessarily the actual use, because you have the potential for being able to utilize that space in a much greater fashion. So in other words, I know, as the vice chair has said, that there have been events. I have been to events in this space where there were hundreds of people. And I, too, was not aware that there was, no second means of egress. Understanding that you can go to the building department for a temporary PA, however, that carries with it a lot of responsibility, and you must have had to do a great many things to be able to obtain that. And I would like to see that documentation, because I would be loath to think that the building department would allow you to have hundreds of people in a space where you don't have a second means or you don't have certain precautions taken. So if this was a rabbit warren of rooms,
Right.
that might be a different case. But the design is such that you could have hundreds of people there, and at any given moment. And I dare say it's not necessarily a couple times a year. I think it's probably a lot more than that. So I am not persuaded by your argument that, just because your typical use may be a few people at a time doesn't mean that potentially you could use that space for something greater.
Again, I say this again and again. I think it's that the actual use determines what the space is, and I don't think that the building code had in mind the small destination galleries that we have here and many of the other galleries in Chelsea, which are truly commercial in nature.
Right. Mr. Wright would like to speak? Yes. Okay.
Good morning, Chris Wright, Simons Wright, on behalf of the applicant. I'm going to give my legal presentation. It's important. There's a number of flaws I need to point out in the legal letter. With all due respect to your questions, I thought I was going to follow, so bear with me. I've heard your questions, but I want to go through this because it's important. Because at the end, I'm going to conclude that I believe in 2 of the cases, the denials are flawed as a matter of law. And regardless of the arguments or discussion, have to be dismissed. And I will get to that point if you just bear with me on these points.
Are those 2 the ones with the CFO that says art sales?
Let me get to it, please. Let me go through this in order. Otherwise, it'll get very confusing. And it's confusing enough. And it also goes to why we could not write a single facts and findings. I know the staff asked for that because two of these denials are written in a very different way, which we think are fundamentally flawed as a matter of law. I'm rehashing a little bit here. We think that what DOB has failed to do is to look at every level of review. We've given the DOB a significant amount of information about actual use. And we believe the way you use the code, and I'll get into this, is you look at actual use, and then you figure out use groups. The DOB letter starts by using a website that says art gallery. We do not believe that is the way you determine a gallery. Well, galleries in the code, as Ms. Simons pointed out, galleries used for lots of different places that don't sell art. The DOB doesn't begin with an analysis of the data we've given them and the information we give them, or a site visit, or a layouts, or anything. They say, the letter begins, your website says art gallery, but then it misquotes the website. And if you look at the website, what the website says, it says, let me read, it's a contemporary art gallery active in both the primary and secondary markets. Those words mean retail. Primary means sales, secondary means primary means display and sales, and secondary means market. So with all due respect, at least DOB should have said, reviewed the whole sentence and said, well, this is what's going on here, not just stopped at art gallery. Then in the same sentence, in the same paragraph, in describing the activities of the gallery, it says the gallery displays and sells works of art. The word displays and sells are a legal term. They are a legal term in the building code, and it's a very specific term. It's underneath occupancy group C mercantile. Classification, buildings and spaces shall be classified in mercantile occupancy group when they are used for display and sales of goods. So at the same time that DOB says we have to be held to our website, we think DOB's legal analysis has to be held to its specific language, which uses the exact definition of mercantile to describe our activities. The next point, and this goes to how we think you should correctly interpret the use of a space, not by going to a website. In the next paragraph, the DOB letter, legal letter, goes to table 3.2 where you find the word gallery. We've touched on that. It just jumps to 3.2. It says you're a gallery on your website, therefore you're a gallery. Let's go to 3.2, and then does an analysis of how you're a place of assembly. That is incorrect, we believe. The way you should do it, and these documents I'm quoting from are all attached to the DOB legal analysis. You start with the classification of buildings, section 27.239. Every building shall, for the purposes of this code, be classified in one of the occupancy groups listed in table 3.1, not 3.2, according to the main use or dominant occupancy of the building. We submit that that section requires that you first look at the actual use. You then go to 3.1, not 3.2, which gives you overviews, and there's a dozen categories, and then you go to 3.1. DOB by jumping to 3.2 avoids any review of 27.239 or any review of 3.1. So they've leapt ahead with a sort of self-fulfilling conclusion because art gallery appears on a website, and we don't think that's accurate.
So if you go to 3.1, what do you find?
Well, 3.1 has, you have to first analyze the language of let me find it again, sorry. You first have to review the language of the section before, many different sections, of 27.239. You've got to look at that before you go to 3.1. You've got to look at, they've got to make an argument, and they've never made it. At the first round, at the 3 different levels of review we went to at DOP and the legal analysis, they have yet to acknowledge our information, have yet to do a site visit, have yet to look at the layouts, have yet to look at the plans. What they've simply said is, you're 3.2. And they have not analyzed the language according to the main use or dominant occupancy of the building. So you have to do that first. And they need to do that review so we can respond to it. You can't just jump ahead of it. That's what we think. Then you go to 3.2. Then you go to 3.1, which has mercantiles group C. We think that's what we are, based on the information we provided, which has never been acknowledged by DOB. They think we're F3, assembly. Those are general groups. There's like I said, there's banks, there's buildings, there's industry. And then you go to, and then this point Ms. Simons made. Let's say you do the first section, and then you go to 3.1, and let's say you decide you're F3, as DOB has said. Then you go to table 3.2, and 3.2 is it's a reference standard, a list of representative types of uses that you're trying to capture here. So what does F3 talk about? Exhibition halls, gymnasiums, museums, passenger terminals, bowling alleys, billiard parlors, and skating rinks. We have nothing in common with those. The word gallery appears there, but that doesn't mean because we call ourselves an art gallery, or a store calls itself an art gallery that sells frames or jewelry, falls in an F3 definition. You got to start with that first section, go to 3.1, and then 3.2 is to help explain. We think we're mercantile. You go to C on 3.2, retail stores, shops, sales rooms, markets. We think that's us. Is that clear? Whoops, excuse me. Anyway, so we believe that is the correct form of analysis. If they go through those 3 steps and look at our data, then we can respond accordingly. All right, let me go to the...
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure, of course, anytime.
What is your feeling about the fact that you may have uses which finds themselves that can fit in several different categories? and the fact that the buildings department has said that you should apply the more restrictive rule.
Well, I'm going to get to that point shortly. I think that argument here is incorrect. And let me get to that. In fact, that's really my next point. There's another section here where they assume we're a gallery and we're a place of assembly, and there's general language, and we don't think that applies to us, having to do with a focus, center for focus. But then there's a paragraph where it talks about the rules of construction. It says the specific governance in general. Well, it's interesting. It quotes section 27104 of the code. 27104 of the code, if you read it, let me look at it quickly, talks about rules of construction between the building code and state and federal law. It has nothing to do about internal building code interpretations. It's attached to the DOB. It talks about conflicts between the building code and state and federal law. And then it references a second section, which 28-102.1. I won't read it to you, but that talks about conflicts between building code materials and types of construction. So with all due respect to this argument, this construction argument, we've made this argument in the zoning resolution, that specific governance in general. Neither of these sections seem to reference that. So if there's a section that references that, we'd like to see it and like to look at it. But to go back to the F3.1 and 3.2, 3.1, there's different types of uses. 3.2, there's a detailed list of uses. They're equally specific or equally general. It just depends. If you think you're mercantile, you go through 3.1 and 3.2. If you think you're a place of assembly, you go through 3.1 and 3.2. Neither one is more specific or more general. There's one on business where you go and where it describes office uses. The key to the analysis is that first section where you look at the actual use, and then you decide 3.1 and 3.2. So we don't think there's any merit to this this construction argument, and we think the two sections reference don't back up the argument. And then I want to then in the next paragraph, I want to quote language from the DOB letter. It says mercantile occupancies have a low to moderate density occupant load. We think that's us. Occupants that are alert. That's clearly the people coming to the David Werner Gallery. And organized displays, I think that's shown, different sized rooms showing different types of displays for different types of art that do not make occupant evacuation difficulty. We think that's us. Then there's another sentence I want to just talk about, which is perplexing. It says in the letter, there is no basis to exclude the gallery, the David Werner Art Gallery, from the assembly occupancy group based on the actual number of occupants at any given time. This seems to imply it doesn't matter how many people show up. This is in the response to our argument that 5 to 10 people there at any given time, or very specific types of viewing sessions are there. This seems to say it doesn't really matter how many people are there. And I respectfully submit that Ms. Simons read the place of assembly definition, which talked about 75 people or more. There's another section in the code, which I won't read to you, that talks about a more detailed one than the definition. The cutoff is 75. And it's not you think there might be 75 or there might be 75. It says there are 75 or more people there, not maybe. And all we really asked DOB at every level before we got here was look at what's going on in this gallery. Please look at it.
But isn't it possible, in these 3 spaces or in the 3 buildings, can't 75 people be accommodated?
Well, there's 3 different denials in 3 different buildings. So, if 25, 25, or 25, each building is different. I think that's what your question is.
No, I'm talking about each building separately because you've got 3 denials.
Right.
The reality is that the spaces that are within these 3 separate buildings, each one of them can accommodate more than 75 people.
But they don't in actual use and practice, and we believe.
But how does the gallery have really any control of that?
It has complete control. I think as explained, the room at the end is invitation. We were there last week. There's one exhibit covering the entire floor of that entire building. One of the entire space here. These are, like I said, the reason you have a half dozen different sized viewing rooms is on purpose. Because the art that they sell comes in different sizes, Mrs. Simons pointed out. Sometimes it's one small painting, so you pick the smaller room. Sometimes it's something that covers the entire floor, which covered the 517. Sometimes it's 3 pieces of art. But what the gallery controls is it has a certain type of art of a different size, and it puts it in a certain room. And while people can walk off the street there. I mean, these two spaces are open. It's extremely rare. We don't get hordes of people pouring in, tourists, art students, like you might see in other art gallery, more traditional art galleries that follow this definition. That's not what happens here. As Ms. Simon tried to point out, and while I understand your argument about money shouldn't dictate the use, this is the highest end art. This art sells for millions of dollars, tens of millions of dollars. It keeps the numbers low. Yes.
That is not relevant because every artist who's selling million and multi-million-dollar paintings was once an artist selling.
Okay, I'll withdraw that. I'll withdraw
Okay,
that.
so-
I'd rather talk about, I agree with you, I apologize. Let me withdraw that.
I also wanted to address your
Yeah.
your thought process as to how you classify things. You said that if you started with 3-1, you would stop at mercantile, which is C.
No, I start before that. The section before that sends you to 3-1.
Which section?
Oh, I'm sorry, let me.
27, 329 or something?
Yeah, I think that's it. Let me just check my notes here again. I've got it right
329.
here. It's in the, yes, 27-239, which is, you talk about, it says, look at the dominant use, the main use, then go to 3-1, then go to 3-2. And we also are asking for DOBs to give us analysis of that section, which they've never done.
Right, so if I were to look at the dominant use based on your plans, I would say that there was display of art going on. And I wouldn't necessarily go to a point of art sales going on. I would say it looks like some sort of exhibit space. And then I would, going to 3-1, might not stop at mercantile. I might go to F3, which is museums, etc., and then go to 3-2 and see what the detail is and see if there's something under 3-2 that would appropriately classify what I call display space. And then I would stop at galleries, which is in 3-2.
And I understand, and I would respect that, because then you would go through the code correctly, and then we could say perhaps that we respectfully disagree, that maybe the square footage is different at the display, but DOB has never done that. You've done it, and that's fine, but they've never done it, so we've never had a chance to respond. Instead, they say, we looked at a website, and it's on your name. And that is the denial said it's on your name, and the legal letter says it's on your website, and that is the sum total of their use analysis, and it's not appropriate, we think. But what you did is the way they should do it. And the minute they do it, we'll respond to it.
Okay, so your concern is, I understand that.
And I don't want to argue with you, I don't want to disagree with you here, because I'm not disagreeing with you, but that is the way it should be done. And you're right, there's an interpretation, then we can agree to disagree or discuss it. Understand my point?
I've understood.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you for that comment, because I think it's very, very appropriate. Then, but I want to get to my main point, which is, so let me now get to my most fundamental point, which is why I believe that two of these cases should be dismissed as a matter of law, if I may. And I'll make this quick.
Okay, good.
Time. To some degree, the DOB letter was handed a bad hand. They had a problem on their hands. Because if you look at the three denials, there's the 08 code, there's the 68 code, and there's the 38 code. And one of the problems is we've had this moving target. At first, DOB, the first denial said the 68 code. But the denials we're appealing here use different codes at different times. So first, what the DOB legal letter says is that the 68 code, let me just start with a preface. In all three denials, they make two arguments. First, they make a definition argument about whether or not we're a gallery. We probably beat that to death. Then they do a load occupancy argument as to how you calculate it. So each one has three. The legal letter says 68 applies to both arguments in all three cases, the 68 code. But we're not appealing the DOB letter. We're appealing the denials. The denial for 531 uses the 68 code for the definition and the 38 code for the occupancy load calculations. We respectfully submit you can't do that. You can't use two codes. You've got to pick one or pick the other. And we waited for the DOB letter. We made this point generally in our papers, but we wanted to see what the DOB legal letter said, because they had to choose. They had to say the 68 code is right, in which case the denial is half wrong. Or they had to say the 38 code is right, 38 code, but then the denial is wrong on the other side. Or they had to say you can use both codes at the same time, which I think would cause chaos in the Department of Buildings. So what I think DOB legal did was, we'll pick the 68 code. That seems to be the one that applies. I don't think they dare say use both codes for the same buildings. And they're never going to use the 38 code because the word gallery does not appear in the 38 code. So we respectfully submit, because the denial uses the 68 code for one part, and then but says the 38 code, it uses 68 for a general definition argument, but says the 38 code applies these buildings, the denial is fundamentally legally flawed and frankly should be dismissed. And we'll put that in our papers. We don't need to discuss that.
Realize that if you do that, they'll just issue you another denial, which will be based on the 68 code. So I feel that, I understand your point that you're making, but I do think that at some points it's form over substance. Because if you want to go into this like circular motion of, okay, we dismiss this, you'll come back for something else, when you are here right now, very often we have seen cases where DOB may issue a denial, and then at the point when it comes to the board, they flesh out the arguments. Now, I'm not saying that that's a good thing or a bad thing, but I think the board has, in fact, allowed that amount of flexibility during the appeals course. And I understand your point, but I think that it would serve everyone if we finally understand what their issues are in terms of determining that you have to come under certain occupancy code during the course of this appeal, even if the determination that they made has now changed.
Right. Well, I make the point, first I need to make the point, we will pursue the alternative theory of continue to discuss you. We're not going to sit there and refuse to speak about these two. Believe you me, but I need to make the point. And the reason I'm making the point is because one of the problems we've had from day one is an ever-shifting DOB playing field. You know, the gallery was in operation for years. They went down to DOB to say, we don't want to have sprinklers, which they didn't have to have anyway. DOB came back, said, you don't have to have sprinklers, but by the way, you're a place of assembly in these three places. The gallery was, what? What are you talking about? We've got C of Os, we've got building permits, we're operating. Where did this come from? We went back and appealed to the lower level. They came back with a 68 analysis. Okay, we took it to the next level, the first deputy commissioner. That came back with 68, 08, and 38 all mixed together, which has made it very difficult for us. And then legal letter comes back with 68, and it's an ever shift. And I think it's important to note.
Can you just explain to the board why you went to them in the first place to get the
What happened was the
recon on
gallery,
the sprinklers?
this is before our involvement.
Okay, but I just want to understand, because the Cs of O all precede that, correct?
The C of Os were issued, applications were filed, permits were issued, the gallery was
Because
up
I think
and
it's
running.
like 2009 and 2007 or something.
I don't have the exact
Right,
dates,
but the point I'm making is that
Yeah.
then at some point you went back about the sprinklers, and then they went and re-looked at this and said that, what is your occupancy, and are you providing the correct egress? Is that correct?
I wouldn't phrase it that way.
Okay.
What happened was, just so you know, we put a CCD1, they put before our involvement, saying, we'd like to make sure that sprinklers aren't needed here. If they'd never filed that, this would never be here. We would never be here. The gallery, if I may, I'm sorry, but let me just make sure, because maybe it's not clear.
No, go ahead.
They went down and filed a CCD1 to have sprinklers, to say do we need sprinklers or not? DOB came back and said, you don't. They didn't have to have them. They never should have. If they'd never asked that question, DOB just came back and said, you're a place of assembly, with very little analysis. And this all happened before our involvement. They just said, you're a place of assembly, and the gallery scratched its head. I think there was some ongoing discussion between DOB and the gallery trying to sort all this out. When the second CC, and Emily knows this history a little bit better than me.
That's fine.
But let me just, before we go, I want to finish my technical argument just to get out of the way. The same thing I said here applies to this building here. Same thing. They use the 68 code, 38 code. It's defective, exact same. I won't repeat it all. This is the only building where everybody's on the same page. At least in DOB, a 68 code applies, and the denial uses 68 code for both, and the legal letter. So I just want to make that point here and here. But Emily, did you want to respond? Emily knows the early history a little bit better than me.
Okay, you'll get a chance to respond. It's okay. Mr. Wright, why don't you finish your presentation?
That's basically my presentation.
Okay. Can I just clarify one thing? One of the buildings has a certificate of occupancy for our art gallery. Which one is that? Two of them have art sales. One has art.
They all say art sales.
I think one says art gallery, right?
One has an F3 listing.
Yes.
But we think that was an error. We think when they went down, all three buildings say basically art sales, but two of them say mercantile, and one says F3. That's pointed out in the letter. We're not sure how that happened. We think that was an error, though. That's your question, right? That one of them lists F3. It is one of
I
the
thought it
CFOs.
said gallery, but I could be wrong. I'm not, but
Does it say
I do
gallery?
remember the F3.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think the issue is, and it's pointed out, is that in the middle building, the C of O says F3 on it, even though it says art sales. We think that was an error, because the other two buildings say art sales and say,
I believe it says art gallery.
It says art-
F3 art gallery.
okay, it may say art gallery, but we believe gallery is a term of art, not.
Not in a C of O. If it says art gallery, I'm not understanding why you say it's a term of art.
Okay, look,
I understand it's a term
I don't
of
have
art.
it right in front of me. I
Okay,
I
but
understand
that
the
is-
issue.
One of the Cs of O actually has art gallery.
Okay.
And that preceded you, and that seems appropriate.
I'm not sure that's exactly correct, but rather than argue it here,
Okay.
let me
And
look at the
All
documents.
right, that's what I see.
I think I went through
two of the
these
commissioners
three.
seem to remember that, but we could be wrong. Fine.
Okay.
All right. Okay, why don't we take testimony from the Buildings Department, Ms. Rantia?
Good morning, Lisa Orantia for the Buildings Department. So this appeal challenges our determination that the occupancy is properly classified in the assembly group and is required to obtain a certificate of operation for the assembly. So the issue is whether the premises should be classified under the mercantile occupancy group as an art sales establishment rather than the assembly occupancy group as an art gallery. We believe that the correct term to use is art gallery. The David Zwirner website does identify this as a contemporary art gallery, but we didn't conclude what the occupancy is by the name of the establishment alone. We understand and we believe there's no dispute that what goes on at this place is exhibitions and sales, as they say, in the primary and secondary markets, which is basically that they show and they sell art. There's no real distinction between what they describe is going on here and the activities that you would normally associate with an art gallery. The codes, as you know, they use the term art gallery. They don't use the term art sales establishment. And the codes regulate art galleries for the purpose of fire protection. So it's very important to identify the proper classification. If you look at Table 3.2 for typical occupancies, you will find expressly stated there galleries as representative of the assembly group with the F3 designation. That's in the 68 code. Again, in the 68 code is the reference standard that lists art galleries, again, in assembly occupancy group F3. If you look at the 2008 codes, you'll find BC 303 expressly lists art galleries among the A3 assembly uses. And as the commissioner pointed out, it's very hard to say that if the code is expressly using the word art gallery, we know that there's showing and selling of art here. Why would we not place this space under that category? I know the testimony today said that we were looking at the wrong section, so I just want to clarify that if you go to the 68 code, what they had identified was section 27.239, classifications of buildings, and there you do find reference to classifying a building according to its main use or dominant occupancy. But the provision before that, 27.238, is the classification of spaces. And there it says that every space or room shall, for the purposes of code, be classified in one of the occupancy group listed in 3.1 according to the occupancy or use of the space or room. So there's an important distinction here between the classification of a building and the classification of spaces. Table 3.1 does list F3 assembly spaces, and you'll see in parentheses there it says museums, etc. We also determined that the occupancy fits the assembly group descriptions. F3 in the 68 code says that it shall include buildings and spaces in which persons assembled are physically active and don't have a common center of attention. This is suitable for art galleries because viewers are walking through the gallery spaces and they're directing their attention to the various exhibits. 68 code says buildings and spaces are classified in the assembly group when they're designed for use by any number of persons for recreational, social purposes, or similar group activities. 2008 code says that assembly group A includes use of a building for gathering together of any number of persons for social functions, recreation, or similar group activities. And we are guided by the provision on the resolution of conflicts. We understand that galleries have a commercial aspect. Retail sales are normally included in gallery activities, but the codes use the precise term art gallery in the assembly occupancy group. And we are directed to follow that specific category rather than the more general mercantile.
Can you show me what section that is again? Because I know Mr. Wright had raised.
That's right. That's 27104.
Oh, an interpretation? Okay.
Yes. Calling this an art sales establishment, it undermines the code's methods for reducing the hazards to life safety that come up with the assembly occupancies where evacuation can be difficult.
I'm sorry, can we just go back to that code interpretation? Because I think Mr. Wright noted that it says that it's conflict or inconsistency between the requirements of this code and other state and federal laws, and it doesn't really talk about how to interpret within the code itself, which is what the question is over here, which is where you can categorize yourself as mercantile, you can also categorize yourself as art gallery. What requires the buildings department to not give the applicant the choice to decide that, but where DOB has to require them?
Well, the same principle applies if you have a conflict within the code or code and another applicable
But
code.
is there text within the code that says that specifically?
That provision.
Because I just reading this, I would agree. This doesn't really seem to be related to how to interpret the code.
Right.
It seems to be how to interpret the code vis-a-vis other sections.
We use
other
that
laws.
section to guide us in this case where you have the more specific versus the general. And we understand the intent of the code is to impose certain safety requirements if an art gallery is an art gallery assembly.
Do you ever find a situation where you have under one set of building codes, it's more restrictive under one use, but if you go to another section of the building codes, it's more restrictive under the other use? And so it's hard to determine which one is more specific versus general.
Well,
I know this issue comes up in the zoning resolution as well. That's why I'm
Right.
just asking you the question. If you can,
I
maybe you
can
get back to
try
us
and
on
get
that.
back to you with examples, sure. Mhm.
We've had some appeals cases where that issue has come up, and both sides have argued. You know, one has said, if you look at it this way, it's more restrictive. The other person says, look at it that way, it's more restrictive, and it's hard to kind of determine that.
Right.
So I think it's a fair point that Mr. Wright has raised, which is there seems, theoretically at least, there seems that the space could be potentially categorized under two different occupancies, and how does one determine which is the most appropriate and the one that should regulate the building and the space?
Okay, I'll get back to you. So I was saying that the codes are intended to reduce the hazards that are associated with assemblies, and you can characterize the uses very differently. A gallery doesn't have the organized displays and alert occupants that you have in a typical mercantile occupancy. Again, the website announces multiple full-scale exhibitions mounted simultaneously. Among them are minimalist works, large-scale installations, time-based performances, and video work. And if you compare that with the kind of the orderly displays of a retail establishment, they're very different activities going on there. And I just wanted to point out what is being advertised as the current exhibition. There's an opening reception from 6 to 8 p.m. There's a press preview with the artist. And then the the exhibition is described as the recreation of a candy-making factory inside the gallery. Tens of thousands of candies will be produced and given away free at the gallery. This doesn't sound like a typical retail activity. And it sounds like there are going to be quite a few people gathered together. So there's no basis to exclude the art gallery from the assembly occupancy group based on the actual number. And there's another important distinction that needs to be made here that I think the applicant is causing confusion over. There's an assembly classification for the occupancy, and then there's a requirement to get a certain authorization related to having 75 people or more in an assembly space. So art galleries are always going to be classified as assembly occupancies. Whether they have 75 people or more is going to determine whether you need to get a place of assembly permit or a certificate of operation. And that's where it's important to understand the occupancy classification, because then you look at the load table, calculate how many people are going to be occupying the space, and that will determine whether you're going to have the 75 or more that's going to trigger certificate of operation.
So theoretically, you could have F3 occupancy, but you may not actually be triggering a place of assembly or a certificate of...
That's right. So,
got it.
right. So you can have any number of people in the art gallery, and the codes are going to treat it as an assembly occupancy, no matter how many people are there.
So if they chop the space up into tinier spaces, as I think Commissioner Hinks had said, then theoretically, even if they could, leaving aside whether it's, it could be then an art gallery, but may not trigger the second means of egress and, okay, understood.
Then we go to the table to find out how the rooms and spaces must be designed according to the minimum occupant load. And on the table 6.2 in the 68 code, we use the occupancy exhibition space. And this is appropriate for an art gallery because it's used for, this classification is used for museums which have spaces and activity and occupant volumes that are comparable to art galleries. Table 6.2 requires 10 square feet of net floor area per occupant. And even though normal occupancy may be less than what's listed on the table, it's not appropriate to design your space according to what your normal occupancy is, because the greatest hazard will happen when you have an unusually large crowd. And here, of course, you're going to have gallery openings and popular exhibitions. We also looked at the occupancy calculations based on this table and the proper classification of the space, and also how the applicant has excluded a lot of space within these gallery rooms. They appear to be treating the floor space underneath the exhibits as excluded from floor area as defined in the code, and this is improper because you're going to have installations that are changing over time. New pieces with various dimensions are going to be put in this room, and you can't say that you are always going to have, the visitors in those limited areas. So if you do the proper calculation, you find that the certificate of operation is required. You're going to have more than 75 people in these spaces. Okay, and the last thing I wanted to address was, it's curious that the applicant is taking an issue with our review under 3868 and 2000 codes. This is the review that was requested. When the applicant came to the Buildings Department for determination, they requested review under the 68 and 2008 codes. And so that's how we prepared our response. If you look at their applications, they have one application filed at 517 West 19th Street. They requested review under the 68 code for that application. And that was a change from an auto and truck manufacturing and engine rebuilding to art sales. For that, they got a C of O in 2009. which we believe was issued in error. And we believe that the C of O incorrectly stated mercantile, and the use as art sales. The proper zoning use is commercial art gallery. They miscalculated the 10 square foot per occupant for the room. They did not include floor space that had all the net floor area. It needed a place of assembly permit. And what's more, the 1968 code required 2 means of egress for the assembly space. The middle building, 521 West 19th Street, this is the interesting building because it has a C of O. The application was submitted under the 38 code, as was the last building. So they asked for review under 38 code to change from an auto repair shop to a commercial art gallery. This is the C of O that uses the proper classifications. So they had a permanent CO in 2003 when they made that change to the commercial art gallery. They used the proper F3 classification. They used the proper use group classification, commercial art gallery. And then later, 2 years later, in 2004, they filed another application to enlarge the building and amend the C of O. Again, they're keeping the commercial art gallery. They asked for review under the 38 code. At the time the letters were submitted to the board, the TCO had expired for this job. But on April 29th, the applicant renewed the TCO, and that's good until July 28, 2014. Again, they used the proper classifications, occupancy group F3 and use group commercial art gallery. So it's unclear why they're here today arguing that those are the improper classifications when they just recently went to DOB and renewed a TCO that uses the proper ones. But unfortunately, we find that there are problems with this C of O as well because we don't think that the proper occupant load was used. Again, they don't have the certificate of operation, and 2 means of egress are needed under the 38 code, which is what they filed the job under. And the last building, there's also an application to change from motion picture production studio to art sales. They asked for review under 38 code. 2007 C of O was issued. This one, it also has incorrect classifications. It calls the occupancy group commercial, which is a 1938 classification. And then the use group is listed as art sales. And we find the same problems here, same 3 problems. Improper occupant load calculation, it needs a place of assembly, certificate of operation, and the 2 means of egress.
Any questions for Ms. Rantier? Yes.
Yeah, just a quick question. Under any code, whether it be 38, 68, or 2008, given the correct occupancy load count, that space would require 2 means of egress?
Yes. Yeah, 38 code requires the 2 means of egress as well. 68, 2008, if they were to file today, they would need to provide it.
Thank you.
All right, other questions? Just on, I guess there are 2 issues. One is the code, which says the occupancy F3M, or sorry, C. And the other is just the actual sort of occupancy of the space. If this was a retail space and it exceeded 75, would they require 2 means of egress?
That, I'm not sure.
At some point, I would imagine retail, I mean, Century 21 probably requires it, so at some point, it's
The
triggered.
2 means of egress, yes. I
Right,
think
so,
that is
so
correct, yeah.
is, leaving aside the classification of use under one of those A, B, C, D, if you have occupancy and by whatever calculations, you get more than 75, you need 2 means of egress? Is that the way the code functions?
I believe so. That wasn't an issue that we got into here because it wasn't a challenged
Sure,
item.
I
But
understand that.
I think the determination did say that regardless of what occupancy group was the appropriate one, you would still end up with requiring 2 means of egress.
Okay. Well, I know that for their retail, because they're assuming it at retail, they made a calculation based on what the code allows them to do, which is mark off spaces where the retail is being displayed, and then they've calculated the corridor space based on 25, because that's for retail. But if you did it for exhibition space or for gallery, then your point is that you cannot actually block off spaces because the exhibits keep changing, and then you calculate it based on 10 per square foot. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And so there's a wide difference in terms of occupancy as a
Right,
result.
right. I think that argument about retail versus assembly is for the purpose of not having to obtain a place of assembly certificate of operation. The two means of egress will always be required, but I guess their argument is going to determine whether you need a place of assembly certificate.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Thank you. Are there other speakers on this item? Are you here to speak on this item? Yes. Yes, please come forward, and then Mr. Wright will bring you back.
Thank you. Thank you.
You'll be given 3 minutes.
All right, well, quickly, okay. I'm here to speak concerning the variances for 1769 Fort George Hill.
I'm sorry, that's not the case that we're...
Oh, you said just anyone here to speak?
Oh, okay. I meant on this particular
okay.
application. You'll get a chance.
I won't go through a lengthy response,
Okay.
but I want to point out just a couple of very important points. There seemed to be this general idea that once you hit the 70, once you do the calculation, you're a place of assembly, period. It's not the way the code works. The 38 code said you do your calculations, and whatever the number is, that's your group. The 68 code was specifically amended not to do that. And there's a section 27.358, it talks about occupancy load. It talks about doing the calculations based on the table 6.2. But then it has a very important section, which has been ignored by DOB every step of the way, and which, with all due respect, was implied as not to exist by this presentation you just heard. It says, when the actual occupant load of any space will be significantly lower than that listed in table 6.2, the commissioner may establish a lower basis for the determination
Right.
of the occupant load.
But
let me-
I know that. You made that point in your papers. and
No,
you
I didn't
said-
make this point
I
before.
think you did, because you said that you somehow, the DOB was required to. They're not. It's actually the commissioner may, and it's not the commissioner shall.
Well,
So
but-
because I noted that.
Okay, but I mean, what they
But
have,
yes,
but once again, it
commissioner
goes to the
may do
argument,
that.
please look at our facts, please look at the use. It's not, the only reason I bring this up is because there seemed to be this statement that you hit the code, you use a calculation, you hit the number, you're done. And that, we don't believe that's true, and that's the whole point of that. And once again, there's no analysis by DOB of the information. And then, if I don't want to go to just 2 quick points. We respectfully disagree that every single art gallery is a place of assembly. We will look into that. We notice that DOB has not provided a simple example to back that statement up. And you've asked us to look into examples, and we will look into examples.
I looked at some examples. I think you said you want to look at examples too.
Right, but DOB hasn't provided one. And then and then just for clarification, because there seemed to be this implication that we discounted the spaces or undercount the spaces. Each of these, just quickly, I don't want that confusion to let. There's dotted areas in each of the spaces. They were all counted in the denials and the analysis. We didn't try to fudge this and take these numbers out. I just want to point that out.
Right, but just to clarify, you didn't take the square footage of the entire space. You took the calculation along the corridor. Isn't that correct?
We took the calculations based on this area. We didn't carve out these boxes. And there was an
Okay,
implication.
You didn't? All right.
The legal letter says we carved out these boxes, particularly here, that we carved out these boxes, and that we carved out these boxes and then intentionally undercut, and we didn't do that.
But I looked at particularly the last building, because it's not.
Right.
So your calculation is based on, I think, 1,000 square feet, but isn't the size of the building like 5,000 square feet?
No, the space in here in the denial says 3,800 square feet, and if you do the calculation,
I'm looking at, I think there's some notations over there where you've calculated the occupancy. Am I wrong? I could be wrong.
just
clarify it to us. But
we will clarify that. Also, there was also, with all due respect, in our facts and findings, there was a calculation mistake, and we will have to correct that. Okay. But I just want to point out, but the denials, we didn't try to hide this boxed out area. We did not try to do that. And because the legal letter says we did on purpose, and we did not. That's the only reason I want to bring this point up.
Okay, I thought I did some back of the envelope calculation. Go ahead, clarify that for us.
Yeah,
And if
so
there's
that's
And if
basically-
there's any sort of miscalculation, can you provide us with the numbers of the actual calculation that you understand by?
Yes, we will provide those. There was a mistake. I was looking at the numbers in the facts and findings, and there is a mistake in one of them, and I'll correct that.
All right. If there are no other questions, we'll continue the hearing, we'll set a schedule. Would you like to
Let me
write one statement for all three?
I would prefer not because of my arguments about the code. I really would prefer not. I apologize.
Then can you put in, right up front, explain to us what the differences are for both these three, right up front, because it's very confusing. I went through the papers. I couldn't understand what was distinguishing one from the others. The papers that you gave to us, the statements, except maybe perhaps a footnote here, I couldn't see any distinction. So
Okay.
if you
Let me take a look
want
at
to
it.
keep them separate,
Mm-hmm.
please do, but please explain to us what the differences are between the three.
Okay, we will look. I mean, the other notice was a little bit short before this hearing, so we didn't want to jump down that road. But we will take a look at that and try to accommodate your requests. And with all due respect, we will look at that.
Okay. All right, so can we we'll set a schedule.
Bless you.
Oh, I sneeze. Okay.
We'd like some time to respond to all this. We may.
But I think my concern is that these spaces are functioning right now. It's
Yeah.
not as if there's a stop work order, a padlock, so I don't want to give you, unlimited time.
I don't
So
want
let's make
unlimited
it
time.
Let's make it very reasonable.
Can we come back in I would like to submit on May, let's see, can we have till June 3rd and come back on the 16th? I mean, the earliest would be the 9th, so we can come back the 16th of June?
All right, we're going to set a schedule. So you said May 27th?
Well, just 2 weeks before, we were going to do the June 3rd because the hearing's
Don't
June
think
6th.
about the hearing. I'm just asking you about the date in which you can submit. So
June 3rd.
June 3rd? All right, the Buildings Department can respond back on June 17th, and we'll continue the hearing on June 24th.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Yeah, I got it. Zoning calendar, decision items, item number 1, calendar number 30312BZ, 1106 through 1108, Utica Avenue, Brooklyn, Eric Palatnik.
Good morning, Eric Palatnik.
Motion to grant?
Chair Srinivasan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Collins.
Aye.
Commissioner Hingston.
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Thank you. And on behalf of the congregation, thank you very much.
Item number 2, calendar number 10313BZ, 81 Jefferson Street, Brooklyn, Rothkrug, and Spector.
Good morning again, Eric Palatnik. On behalf of Rothkrug Inspector, they had requested until June 17th for the next hearing to allow DEP to respond back.
That's fine. We'll defer to June 17th.
Thank you.
Item number 3, calendar number 26913BZ, 110 West 73rd Street, Manhattan, law office of Marvin B. Mitzner.
Good morning, Marvin Misk for the applicant.
Motion to grant?
Chair Srinivasan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Collins.
Aye.
Commissioner Hingston.
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Thank you.
Item number 4, calendar number 27313BZ, 321 East 60th Street, Manhattan, Anchorman Senefit.
Steve Gagliaro for Ackerman Senefit.
We'll defer the decision to June 17th.
Thank you.
Item number 5, calendar number 30513BZ, 30-50 Whitestone Expressway, Queens, Anchorman Senefit.
Motion to grant?
Chair Srinivasan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Collins.
Aye.
Commissioner Hingston.
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Thank you.
Item number 6, calendar number 31813BZ, 74 Grand Street, Manhattan, Brian Cave.
Judy Gallant, Brian Cave.
Motion to grant?
Chair Srinivasan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Collins.
Aye.
Commissioner Hinkson.
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Thank you.
Continued hearings, item number 7, calendar number 12713BZ, 95 Groton Street, Brooklyn, Rothberg, and
Just
Spector.
call the other one as well.
Item number 8, calendar number 12513BZ, 97 Groton Street, Brooklyn, Rothberg, and Spector.
Good morning again, Eric Palatnik. We'd requested until May 20th for continued hearing. Submission was made today.
Was
with
it made
vacant-
today?
Yes, with vacant
All right,
lot
so
study.
we'll continue the hearing both cases to, on May 20th.
May 20th. Thank you.
Item number 9, calendar number 17813BZ, 21-41 Mott Avenue, Queens, Gonzalez, Sago, and Harlan.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jeffrey Chester for the applicant. I believe we submitted what we had been asked to submit. I believe Commissioner Montanez had an issue or a question about the sign analysis.
You gave us a sign analysis which shows that you're complying, but you only have one sign dimension on the plans. So I didn't know if it included, like, the drive-in entry sign and what it included in your sign analysis.
Well, it actually included all the signs. It included the sign on the building, it included the menu board, and the pylon sign that's on the corner. So
Okay, could you just show us on a plan sheet, dimensions of those signs?
would you like a separate plan sheet just for the signs and their individual dimensions?
That'd be great.
Okay,
And it complies, correct?
it does comply.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? No. Any speakers on this item? All right, no speakers, I think we can close the hearing. If you can submit on May 27th, we can vote this out on June 10th.
Terrific. Thank you.
Motion to close.
Chair Srinivasan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Collins. Aye. Commissioner Hinkson.
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Thank you.
Item number 10, calendar number 25013BZ, 3555 White Plains Road, Bronx, Warsaw, Bernstein.
Good afternoon, Josh Rhinesmith for the applicant. We had requested an adjournment to allow additional time to secure approval from the MTA, which is necessary before DOB approval. So if we could maintain the hearing schedule that was requested in our adjournment letter, I believe.
May
your-
27th as your submission date and June 10th as your
Exactly.
hearing date. That seems fine.
Okay, thank you very much.
Item number 11, calendar number 25413BZ, 2881 Nostrand Avenue, Brooklyn, law office of Marvin B. Mitzner.
Good morning, Marvin Mitzner for the applicant. And we would ask that this case be adjourned. I believe the dates that we're looking at is May 27th for a submission and June 10th for the continued hearing.
Okay, you'll be able to make that submission?
Yes.
Okay, so May 27th and June 10th.
Okay, thank you.
Item number 12, calendar number 28613BZ, 2904 Voorhees Avenue, Brooklyn, Eric Palatnik.
Mr. Plotnick, you heard our comments.
I did. I'm just gathering some papers here. We heard your comments. There might be some miscommunication, and I just want to.
Right, I think I just want to understand, you're asking for a floor area waiver.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, I think that we'd like to see whether you put down any information on what the sizes of homes are.
We
It's
did.
not-
That's, if I may
Okay.
be able to answer your question. I anticipate what you're about to say. We had submitted that report dated October 4th in our original
Right, but that was only
filing.
corner lots.
No, it wasn't. There was a
wasn't?
lot more information in there, and we can make another submission that summarizes it, but I believe I circled on page 3. I numbered the pages, Vice Chair. I apologize. The author did not. So page 3, and the copies you have should have of the cover letter should have circle, if you have the right copies in front of you.
You talking about what you just handed up to us now?
Yes, yes, and you'll see on page 3 and on page 4, I circled a couple different sections, which we'll call out in our next submission, that highlights that language. But it speaks to the fact that a study was done of 79 properties, single and two-family homes, speaks to the average floor area, the average size of the homes, the average size of the lots. I believe it was everything you were looking for.
Okay,
And I think that was the miscommunication during the last hearing, and I apologize for that. And we will we'll summarize the points that I highlight here during the hearing and put that in our next submission for you.
Okay, but all right, so you did it way back in October.
We did it way back at the beginning, and I think it got overlooked at the last hearing. And Mr. Rasmussen, I think, overlooked it in his last submission, didn't really highlight it in his last report, although he makes mention of it in the last letter from April. He doesn't really accentuate it.
All right, but I remember this, and I think my concern was that, wasn't the study more about showing buildings that are similarly sized? I think that was not my question. I want to understand all the buildings. So this,
Well,
am
no,
I wrong?
that
I think it's a sample of buildings that are shown on the map.
and
that was not the question I have. I think, yes, I'm not saying, there may be buildings that are 1.1 FAR or 1.3 FAR in the surrounding area. That was not my question. That may support your C finding, but just on your A finding, I think even requesting the square footage has not been justified.
I'm not sure if I'm following you. That study goes in. It sculls out the 79 homes, single and two families, but in its earlier paragraphs within the study, it studies a much larger area. It studies the entire area and encompasses all buildings. The portion that I highlight here in the discussion right now.
I don't think we have the data of all the buildings, so I'm not able to see what the other buildings are.
Oh, you do have all of the data on page 3. It includes all of the buildings around us, and comes to the conclusion that the FAR is 1.63, and then Mr. Rasmussen removes the outliers and comes to the conclusion that it's 0.96 FAR.
Okay, so 0.96 is the average FAR?
Is the average
And
FAR.
what is the average size of homes?
The average size of
Not
the...
two families.
When
Let's
you
just
come
look-
to the homes, you're
look at
at...
the one families, because that's what we're talking about.
Well, he didn't break it out by that. He broke by single and two families, but
Well, two families, 2 units, so that's not...
he came up to the average home of being 1,800 square feet is the average.
And can he just refine that and tell us what the size of the homes are for just the single-family homes?
Yes,
And what the average is?
yes.
Okay, I think that would be helpful to me.
And I'll have him refine everything, and because there's been a lot of information, so I'll have him sculpt out all of the pertinent
Okay,
points we
and,
spoke about.
I admit I didn't go back to the information that you submitted in October, but I'll take a look at it again.
You usually go back to everything. There's no reason to make any apologies.
Okay, so, but you understand the
I
concern.
understand what you're asking for.
Can you just take a look at one alternative that I think would actually benefit the surrounding context, which is, the area that's on the second floor which juts out over
the porch.
I want you to look at a home that removes that. And it still requires an FAR waiver because you
But
still
it's
have...
still, we're losing
Well, you're
critical
losing-
space there.
Well, I don't know about critical space. It's about a 3-bedroom versus a 4-bedroom.
No, that's critical. If you're the,
Not
if you're the fourth
not
person, that's
if
critical.
Everybody has 3 bedrooms in the area.
I understand that,
It's
but
not driven by-
the
this is-
request,
You're asking for a square footage waiver. You're building on the lot line.
we are, and I'm not discounting any of that.
I think it has implications on the adjacent home.
if-
You still get a 1,700 square foot home. It's, by design, you can arrange that 1,700 in another way if you like.
If I
But it's
can.
hard to claim that you absolutely need the additional.
It's, if I can, and I understand what you're asking for, and the reason I'm protesting to it is because the bedrooms, it is being designed for a family, and the bedrooms are all allocated coming into this. And I know that it's a subjective application, and it's not a guarantee. But the points that you just raised about us being on the lot line and up to the neighboring property, the homes around there are all very close to one another. And the room that we're blocking is a bathroom window. It's not a habitable room. It doesn't require any light and air. And they still have 2 feet 6 inches that lets plenty of air into it. It's not a light source. Most bathroom windows are frosted.
You're looking into the porch, and then you have this section of the building above that, which cantilevers over the porch.
Right, and I think which benefits, it was designed that way to benefit the home next door at the first floor level with the windows, that we weren't interfering
And
with that.
you know for a fact that that's a...
That's a bathroom window, definitely, it's a bathroom window. I could have the architect, if you'd like, give you some more information to give you more comfort level on that. But it's,
All right, will you take a look at the 1,700 square foot home? Just look at that alternative.
I will, but we really, I don't want to make any assurances that that's what we want to push. It's not really,
Well, I want an assurance that you're going to provide us with that alternative.
we will.
Okay. Commissioner Hickson?
Yes, do you really need to have the car parked in the front
No.
yard?
No.
Perpendicular to the house?
No, if it saves the bedroom especially, no, we'd be happy to remove the parking space from the front.
I think there's probably ample parking in that.
There is ample parking in the dead end. It's not a utilized street. It's wayward portion of roadway, and there's plenty of room to park there.
And could you also remove from your drawings, I know you've got an existing fence, but it's still on what looks like city property is
We're going to
off
remove
of-
that. It is on city property. We're going to remove it from the drawings.
Yeah.
It's in the right of way.
We're not,
We're going to remove that.
okaying something like that.
Any other questions? All right. If the analysis that you provide to us actually plays out that the size of home that you're asking for falls within what is the mean or the average, then I think, we'll obviously consider that. But
Thank you. You made their
just would
daughter
like
very
to
happy.
see the alternative.
Thank you. You made a young girl very happy. I'll give you the information.
Are there any speakers on this item? Any speakers? All right. Shall we bring you back in June?
That's fine, whatever fits your schedule.
Okay, so May 27th, and we'll continue the hearing on June 10th.
Okay, if it would be acceptable with your board, I know that May 26th is Memorial Day, so if it's possible, if we could submit on the 28th?
Yes, you can also submit earlier than that if you like.
Yeah, we're going to try.
You could do that.
We're going to try both. Thank you.
Item number 13, calendar number 31013BZ, 459 East 149th Street, the Bronx, Eric Black.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. We attended your review session yesterday. And we heard the board's comments, and I'd like to explain why we did not prepare for you the as-of-right plan I think that you were expecting, because there's a reason for that. And then I'd like to explain what we just passed up. Probably the easiest thing to do is to start with what we just passed up. If you look at drawing 15, which is the top drawing I just passed up, that is essentially an as-of-right configuration for the school with the note the college had reads at the bottom, the applicant would agree to an occupancy less than 500. Because what's driving the application is the occupancy at greater than 500, which, as we explained in our last submission, occurs on the portion on the lower left portion that you see on this plan sheet, but it's called out with rooms on it on our proposed plan sheet. That's going to turn into an assembly space for all kinds of clinics and group occurrences and events that they have. They don't have a proper auditorium, and they don't have a large space. So through utilizing folding walls, some classrooms will be converted to this assembly space.
I'm not understanding these drawings because aren't you showing the school within the M11 location?
We're showing the
So-
school within the M1,
But-
but that egress, that plan, and I'll have it fixed up, we did this quickly last night to accommodate the board's comments yesterday. That portion in the lower right with the stairs would not be a part of the school in this drawing. I should have had him take that
But
off.
there's another extended area that seems to be a part of it. Am I wrong?
Another,
I'm looking at where the line is, so
right, the portion to the right of the line, the small little triangle, the as of right would be without this, because you don't need the third means of egress if you keep it to less than 500. The egress is,
easier for why don't you just show us the school, not locating in the N11 portion at all, and it would mean that the school would have to limit its occupancy? Is that correct? That's the point
correct.
you're making?
That's what we're showing to you there on this
But that's
drawing.
not what's shown over here, because you've actually got the school extended into.
Right, that's a mistake by the architect last night, but
So
that would
then-
come off.
So basically, you'd have a triangular space at one end, which would, in fact, be not used for anything, right?
Correct, the corner where the
And
stairs are.
You'd have a school with less than 500
Correct.
and no second means of egress, correct? Or
No third means
egress.
of egress. That's why they'd be limited to
So
the 500.
why don't you show that on the drawing, because it's not correct, and then explain to us how having the occupancy limited to 500 doesn't meet your programmatic needs, and I think then we'll understand.
We'd be happy
Makes
to.
sense?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think that makes very good sense. Also, we created, if you don't know if it's still relevant to the conversation, the second page, which I think was a conversation that the board was getting at, which is to show the college in a more rectangular position within the floor plate, and shows you what would happen in that condition, where you'd be left at these two corners, which this would not work for anybody because neither of the corners for office use would have two means of egress, and the college itself would not have three means of egress. I don't know if this is what the board was looking for in your conversations yesterday when you were discussing it.
I think that was in reference to my comment.
Yes, I believe it was in reference to your comment.
But that's not what I meant.
Okay.
I was talking about how, given that space that you have, not using the entire floor, that because your program needed rectangular classrooms as the optimal teaching environment, to move that means of egress in would disturb the flow of rectangular classrooms. And
Oh, I
perhaps
understand
require
what you're
some of them
saying.
To be
Okay.
oddly shaped. which
I
is less
understand.
than
By the
optimal.
movement of that.
Wouldn't serve your program.
Okay. Would you like both arguments to be
Right, so
included?
that alternative would be essentially the same as the first one, except you wouldn't be limited to, you'd have that triangular space left off.
But you'd move the staircase.
You'd move the staircase, and then you'd lose some space as a result of that, but you'd still get your 500 occupancy, which means the program will be met, but some other space will be maybe.
Right, and of course, as the board is aware, there's a floor plate below that's a commercial floor plate would be disturbed as well.
So if you could do that and.
We'd
and
prepare
I-
both scenarios for you.
Right, and I think that you should revise your statement and actually discuss the two as-of-right scenarios and its limitations, and then ask for the relief that you're seeking here. It's very modest. I think the board
Okay.
is,
We'd be happy.
doesn't have any issues with what you're requesting, but you do have to make the case.
Understood.
Okay. Are there any questions? Any other questions? All right, well, why don't we bring you back quickly? So
Come right back.
you can you submit to us next week? We'll
Yes.
then bring you back on the 20th.
Yes.
Okay. So that's May 13th and May 20th. Any speakers? All right, no speakers.
Thank you.
New cases, item number 14, 277-13BZ, 1769 Fort George Hill, Manhattan, the office of Jeffrey A. Chester.
Morning, Commissioners. Jeffrey Chester, Gonzalez, Saggio, and Harlan for the applicant. I know there's been a lot of material submitted in connection with this application. Just a couple of highlights. 1769 Fort George Hill, which is a hill in Washington Heights. We have this extraordinarily unique property, maybe more so than any property I've seen. It's 620 feet long and 46 feet at its widest point. It's elliptical shape, and it tapers down on either side. We have asked for an application for multiple bulk variances, which would allow us to put up a 125-unit, 12-story building with community facility. I know that I was at executive session yesterday, and the board noted the many aspects of uniqueness with this property. I'd be glad to go through them if that's necessary, one by one. One I already mentioned is the steep slope. I think the grade drops from 79 feet to 39 feet southward. There's a bedrock foundation. There's rock outcroppings on the property. The western edge boundary of the property drops steeply to the NYC TA #1 line track and the Dyckman Street Station, which is directly behind it. There's also the presence of some sewer lines and an MTA easement on the southern portion of the property, all of which present extremely unique challenges to build on this site. And I believe the architects have done an extremely creative job of putting together something that would afford this neighborhood many units of affordable housing, as well as we can keep our contractual promise to the church, which sold the property to us, to provide them with the community facility space. What I'd like to do, if possible, is just have Mr. Philip Morrow, who's the chairman of South Bronx Economic Development Corporation, the owner and developer, speak a few words maybe about programmatically what Sobro's trying to do here, and then I'll have the architect take you through the layout.
And speak specifically to a series of questions that the board had asked.
Yes.
Good morning. Hi. We are.
Please identify your name.
I'm Philip Morrow. I'm not the chairman. I'm the CEO of South Bronx Overall Economic Development Corporation. We're a nonprofit organization headquartered in the Bronx. Where this project happens to be in Upper Manhattan, but the constituency, the church, was connected with our faith-based program that we ran in the South Bronx and Upper Manhattan. We had been involved in this for quite a long time, and an attempt to take this difficult site and build housing for mixed-income group families, low, moderate, middle-income families. We had, in addition to that, we are providing assistance to this Pentecostal church that was looking for a facility and purchase this land to build a church on. We, in doing this, it follows some other work we've been doing with faith-based organizations in the Bronx and in Upper Manhattan, and an attempt to use their facilities to expand them. And probably you have heard about it, quite a few projects in this vein in New York City. The site offers an opportunity to build new housing in Manhattan, an area that's pretty well built up and developed. It's a vacant land, never been built on before, and we think that this chance to do this is important. Now, the costs are, I think I'm not going to go into all of it, but there's a lot of issues with regard to this. And the architect's going to give a presentation that talks about that. The only other thing I wanted to say is that we had spent considerable amount of time in community engagement with regard to the project. We have now an endorsement from a councilman from the district. We had issues with the community board, which we did not think were addressed properly. We never got a chance to have our hearing with community board number 12 in the middle. When we got to our meeting to present it, we were in the middle of changing leadership, and it was very confusing. We felt that the project is a good project, and it's a good opportunity to provide new housing in an area that needs it badly, and we hope that you can support our application.
Thank you. Mr. Chester?
The architect.
Oh, the architect?
Victor Bodie Lawson of Bodie Lawson Architects and Antonio Walker. I'll take you through some of the graphics on this, which I think will be helpful.
All right. I don't think we need a full presentation.
No,
though.
well, we'll try to abbreviate it. I just want to, I specifically want to focus in on a couple of things which have to do with the context, as well as the layout and the views from some of the surrounding buildings, which I think will be helpful in addressing some of the concerns the board expressed yesterday.
Good morning. Victor Bodie Lawson Associates Architects. We just wanted to go through this project very quickly. The first thing is that...
Mr. Lawson, if you're going to go to the board, you need to take the mic with you.
You can take the microphone with you.
Sure. Thank you. These are the existing conditions. Essentially, this is an image of the site as it is presently. It's, as Mr. Chester said, it's a crescent-shaped site. It's next to an MTA train station, the Dyckman Street train station. And the context is actually two sets of typologies. One would be these 6-story buildings, which are down in the hill because our site is relatively large, and these other taller buildings. They're essentially like 20 to 18 stories to 20 stories high. This gives you an image of where our site is located, so you can see that these are the buildings that are below 80 feet and buildings that are higher than 80. These are 80 to 140 feet. And these are, again, in the valley, actually lower, and again, they are 80 to 140 feet. So these are actually the tallest buildings. As Mr. Chester said, the site is high at this point, and it tapers down drastically to to the Dyckman Street station. Again, some more images of some of our context. One of the problems we had with this project is because of the narrowness of the site. Typically, we would do this as a double-loaded corridor project because, again, that's the most efficient typology that you would have. But because of the various hardships on the site, we had to essentially take part of what's on what would have been here and flip that above. We did an analysis of how that would affect the views from the adjacent buildings and noticed that they were not going to be essentially any more difficult than or onerous than if the buildings were there. So then this is the existing context of the lower buildings. And if you see, there's a wall here, which is this wall, and the view is essentially that much. So there's not much of a difference. If we put our building there, it would still obstruct the view. But the mere fact that the building is taller doesn't really affect the views on that. So that was an analysis that we did, besides the fact that you've got the rock, you've got the building is essentially going to be a crescent-shaped building with a single loaded corridor, as I said. Entry into it would be from the lowest level for parking, which would be underneath it. Entry into the apartment building would be in the mid-level, and entry into the church would be essentially in the midpoint of the building. So we are going to, when we design the building, we'll actually work with the building. The idea is that we would be working with CESI, which is a renowned MTA consulting engineering firm. We would be doing vibration dampering so that it does not affect the MTA. We've made the wall on the train side relatively perforated, but with windows that would be double glazed so that the vibration from the train and the noise would not affect people in the building, and at the same time, so that's an image of that. The base of the building is a simple base, and that's it, I think.
Commissioner Montanez, I know you had a question about the structure, and maybe you can
Right,
ask the
yes. I
architect.
just had some concerns about, I think this building is around 400 feet long
Yes,
by around, at the most, maybe 40 feet wide.
yes, that's correct.
And is it sloping just towards the north, or does it also slope towards the west?
It slopes towards the north.
It doesn't slope towards the west.
Well, it's crescent. It's sloping. The slope is consistent. It's like that.
Okay.
So this is a south, and that's north. So it slopes like that.
All right.
So the highest point is on the south, and the lowest point is on
Right,
the
so it doesn't really slope to the west very much.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
No, it doesn't.
I couldn't really read your survey very much. I was
Yeah.
concerned that it was also sloping to the west, and you're really not doing any special treatment of the foundation. You're just going to have spread footings.
Well, we're along the subway line, which is here, right? We've essentially moved the building. We've set the building away by 10 feet. We're also going to build a retaining wall. So we would be working with the MTA on that. We're submitting drawings to the MTA to show how we mitigate vibration and also how we connect our building or our property line to the MTA's subway tracks.
All right, Commissioner Huntley-Brown, you had a question about
I just had a question about the premium cost per unit. And you state that the premium cost per unit includes the cellar foundation, the interior concrete walls, the first floor perimeter, interior and elevator concrete walls, first and second floor concrete slab. But is that the total cost for all of those things, or the cost differential due to hardship?
Do you want to
Right, so the question is that you've identified
I
premium
understand
costs
the
as
question.
13 million and 20 million. Does that include the foundations as well, or does that include just the incremental costs that have to be
Right.
Does it include the normal cost of construction as well, or is it just the increment?
I think if you look at the piece of paper we submitted from the contractor, there are some items that are obviously solely premium costs relative to this site, like the perimeter wall. Just to go through it here, we have excavation of stone, removal of hard stone. That's certainly a premium cost associated solely because of the unique conditions of the site. Shoring, some gravel fill, perimeter retaining wall. All of these are solely due to the unique conditions located at the site. The question, I think, had to do with there are some costs that are standard construction costs, including the concrete slab. And were those premium or are those just the costs? And if there was a premium, was that just added in as an extra construction cost? And I was discussing this with my client yesterday afternoon after executive session, and I don't know if we came up with a determinative answer on that. Phil?
I asked it too when we did the analysis. There was some confusion on my staff's part about exactly how they're supposed to present this. In looking over the material again, you could see if we did as-of-right building, and I think the critical question is if we did as-of-right building, the cost per unit for these things, these extraordinary things, site conditions, the rock, and the single-loaded corridor and the extra engineering cost would drive the per unit cost beyond the scope of feasibility. So we would end up with a project which we really couldn't build. So, I mean, I think that was the main point of it, although there is a little confusion on the premium cost. We know we have certain ones, the rock, for example, the sloping site, the special engineering we have to do because we're close to the railroad track, and we have to build a different type of foundation, there's a premium to, and there are those items all of which affect the site, the sloping and so forth. But I think there was a little bit of confusion on the total of those.
Right. Can you clarify that for us?
I can't.
No, right now.
Oh, we could later. Yes, we
Right.
could.
If you could do that
because
later.
we have to sort it out. As I said, I looked at this yesterday and I thought there was an error in the way my staff had prepared it. Although there are some things that are pretty clear that are premium costs associated with the site.
Right, because you could still make that case just with more real numbers that are accurately depicting your hardship. You still can make the case that the small amount of units that an as-of-right gives is just not enough to spread that extra money and still
I believe so.
somewhat feasible.
All right, were there other questions?
Yeah,
Commissioner?
I
Yes.
had one other question. The community seemed to suggest that it needed more units that had more bedrooms, larger units for the families in the neighborhood. And when you talked about your HD financing and the threshold limits of keeping your costs under $255,000 per unit and keeping your expenses under $7,500 a unit, it shows that you are, as it stands with your unit mix, under those limits. Is it possible to bump up a little closer to those limits and reduce your unit count slightly so you can provide more bedrooms and larger units? Maybe, wouldn't be many apartments, but if you could somehow shift that mix to address the community's concern about having apartments for larger families.
I'm going to have Phil Morrow address this because I think some of it has to do with the type of mix that's most attractive for the financing and what works.
We have no efficiencies, and we have 2 bedrooms and 3 bedroom. We have one. Okay, well, 51 one-bedrooms and 32 two-bedrooms and 20. Okay, we are working on this. Is more typical of what we're building. And I've been doing this for 30 years, and we usually shoot for an average 2-bedroom apartment, which gives us a good balance that works economically and socially in the building. I know that some people want us to build more large family units, but when you build a building of this size and nature, it works much better if you keep the number of large families down and you try to get a balance. But we try to get at least an average of a 2-bedroom apartment where there is great demand in the community for for those. So I think we tried to do that here by balancing off the threes with the efficiencies and the threes with the ones, and coming up with a mix that's mostly twos.
Is it more of an economic argument as in linked to financing, or is it a spatial argument as in you can't fit a large floor plate of a three-bedroom into such a...
Is there a spatial?
Constricted by space.
We
We
are.
know that. Because if we were to do more, we'd have to go higher. And we've actually come down. So this is almost the balance. Essentially, the bedroom, the distribution is 0 bedrooms, 17.6%. 1 bedroom is about 40%. 2 bedrooms, 25%, and 3 bedrooms, which is unusual, it's 16%. So we actually have more 3 bedrooms than the typical buildings in this area.
All right, I'm not fully understanding that. It seems that if you're talking about 2 bedrooms are really what is needed in the area, you have a very small percentage, which is 2 and 3 bedrooms. Most of the units are really efficiencies and 1 bedrooms. So I think what Commissioner Otley Brown is saying is, isn't the largest number, don't give me the percentages, what are the 4 numbers again?
The numbers are, yeah, so, no, numbers of units.
Oh, numbers of units, 0 bedrooms, 22.
Right.
1 bedroom, 51. 2 bedrooms, 32. And 3 bedrooms, 20.
So you're skewed towards the smaller apartments.
I'm sorry?
You are skewed towards the smaller apartments, the one bedrooms and the studios.
Again, because of the size of, if you look at the shape of the building, you realize that because it's so narrow, we're having to squeeze things in, essentially like the 1 bedroom here, or, the 0 bedrooms, so 3 bedrooms. So the 3 bedrooms are on the end, so they get views of,
So it's a spatial situation, because you can't squeeze larger apartments in many spots in the building, is what you're saying.
Well, I had a question about the unit mix regarding the cost analysis, because in just looking at the gross square footage per dwelling unit, for the as of right, it's about 1,400 square feet, and for your proposal, it's about 980. So it didn't seem to me that if we're looking at, if the dwelling unit can be gauged according to the square footage, it didn't seem to be apples and apples.
Okay.
That the
We'll have
as
to
of
take a
right
look at
had
it.
much larger units involved, and so the per unit cost was much higher.
So if you, in fact, kept the same kind of averages and percentages, would you get more number of units and therefore be able to, each unit would be able to carry more of the premium costs?
That was what was in your actual economic analysis.
So if you could just look at that. I may not change the fact that you need a variance, but I think it would still help us understand that we're comparing, if the as of right actually can produce, let's say, 60 units instead of 45, we should just know that. So I think that's what we're asking you to look at, to make sure that the average unit sizes are basically the same for both.
Okay.
Okay? Are there other questions?
Yes.
Yes.
Yesterday, I asked the question whether or not you had any additional costs based on the substation that's there. You've talked about vibration because of the L, and you've talked about having to do protection and noise, but I'm wondering if that substation the transformer has any additional costs for you that you need to either protect from, or ongoing costs because of, emissions or something, so.
I believe there are. Victor, you want to address costs associated with the Transit Authority tracks right there, other than, the perimeter wall and whatnot, costs construction-related and ongoing, in terms of operations?
As far as the substation is concerned, we haven't really looked into that. Just for the
I just meant the
substation.
substation, because you didn't really talk about that. You talked about, the train operation, which I think we kind of all understand with vibration and with noise. But I'm wondering if the substation there actually had some particular problems that you hadn't discussed, or that would require sort of ongoing operation issues or the way of construction.
There's a possibility that when we submit our drawings to the MTA, they may talk about the substation, but that hasn't happened yet. Right now, we've just been concerned with vibration, noise, and the effect that the building or the subway would have on the building. And so we're going to high-grade windows, vibration, and et cetera.
Okay, thank you.
Right, and I had a question which I think you've kind of answered for me, maybe inadvertently, but I think you've set the building back from the lot line purposely because, in fact, you wanted to build your retaining wall. So it's impractical to build the building at the lot line?
Actually, Antonia, this is the site. The site is really drastic at this point, at where the building meets the subway, and they recently renovated that site, and they put a small fence along the line. So what we wanted to do was to stay away from that because we wanted to landscape between our site, again, to mitigate vibration. So it just doesn't make, and again, because the church is beneath it, we just wanted to extrude it. So it's not practical to build next to the.
It's not practical to build actually the full building at the lot line.
Exactly.
Okay,
Exactly. It would be much more expensive too, because the retaining wall would now be our interior wall, which would now cause more vibration. Okay. So that's a hardship to an extent too, if you want to.
I understand. My comment was based on the fact was whether you could make the building, have a greater depth or width and bring the height of the building down, but it seems that that's really not practical. So.
I would just add that hello, my name is Antonia Walker, project manager at Barry Lawson. I would just add that we're maintaining a 10-foot rear yard throughout the entire lot line, and we're also maintaining a side yard on both the north and the south ends, primarily because of the way that the site narrows, that at a certain point, the width of the building is not feasible to create a reasonable room size. So we have to cut it off before the edge of the lot line.
Okay. And the reality is, it seems to me also, if you increase the depth, you still wouldn't be able to get a double-loaded corridor, right? So then there's an issue because then it just doesn't it just adds more depth to one of the units. Got it. I understand.
Yeah, the double-loaded corridor building, maximum is 60 feet, as you know. So we don't.
There's no way you can get it.
One other thing that to just quickly mention is the way this building is organized. So on the ground level, lowest level, we've got parking. Above that, so there's parking at this level. Above that, there's a church, which extends the full width of the building, and then above that, there's the residential. So that's how it's organized.
All right. Are there other questions for the applicants? I think what would be helpful for us is, can you provide these graphics to us in a small format and submit to us?
Yes, absolutely. We have a PPS, but we could, yeah.
That'd be helpful because I think there's some interesting information on that. I think it'd also helpful if so you're going to get back to us on just clarifying those costs in your pro forma. It would be helpful if you also revise your papers and speak more specifically about some of the other waivers that you're requesting, which is density and park. Are you requesting a parking waiver?
We are requesting a parking waiver.
Um,
We're from 63, I believe, to 44.
44. So
Right.
there's density and.
Yeah, there's multiple variants. There's minimum.
Base building
base
height, I know that you've already talked about. But the other thing I thought would be helpful to write about in your papers is just explain to us why you've chosen to look at this analysis under the quality housing analysis, which has the height limit, because this is not a contextual district, right? It's an R72 district. And in fact, if you were analyzing this under height factor, you may encroach into the sky exposure plane, but there's no definitive height limit. And I made this comment yesterday because I think one should recognize that the R72 district does, if you have a large enough site, you actually have buildings that reach heights very similar to yours. In fact, the height factor zoning maximizes the residential at 14 stories. So I thought it's helpful to give some context to the scale of this project vis-a-vis not the contextual zone, but the height factor zone.
Okay.
All right. I know there's speakers on this item. You're here to speak. Yes, please come forward.
All right.
Please state your name for the record. You'll be given 3 minutes.
All right, my name is Barbara Frazier. I am a resident of 99 Hillside Avenue. I'm a retired teacher. I'm here representing residents of the Hillside, Bogardus, Fort George area, speaking against the granting of variances for this project. The surrounding neighborhood is very alarmed by this, and it's incorrect to say that you've done all sorts of community outreach and speaking to people. That is highly erroneous. The community board voted against this project. You kind of tried to fluff over that here. The community board voted strongly against this project. I bring here forms of objection and notarized signatures of over 70 people representing the community here. Names like Askins, Dubenko, Aaron, Tan, Ackenware, Syed, Pakris, Pagan, Castillo, Frazier, Abraham, Rodriguez, Albuquerque, Rodriguez, Pagan, Caballero,
You can
Soto,
submit that into
etc.
that
I know.
record,
I
so-
submit that to you, to the board. This represents, and that is not all, because buildings are still petitioning today. 30 Bogardus, 65 Hillside, all the buildings in this area are petitioning against this project. So please, don't make any decisions. We're very alarmed. Why? Major points. You're asking for variances on every major aspect of this project, doubling, in other words, and people were shown this basic thing, this basic sheet, doubling the floor area, the footprint, the base height, the maximum base height, required off-site parking, just bigger. Now, it is true that there are some high-rise buildings here, but they are higher with a smaller footprint because they are surrounded by a large area of empty land, which is used for drainage and also provides foliage. For example, I live in the 20-story high-rise 99 Hillside, most immediately close to there, but we are surrounded by 2 acres of land that we own. So we have the height, but we got, I think, a variance at that time in 1963 because we have a small footprint on a larger lot. So it's a larger lot with a height. So we're not, and we're also against the hillside, so we're not, staggering over our neighborhood, okay? So the other reasons are, because you're trying to hold me to 3 minutes, is that Fort George Hill is an emergency access road for fire, ambulances, and police. Cars are going up there all the time. You hear it, ree, ree, ree. It is very dangerous to have a building right there where kids are going to be running out of like that with only 10 feet. You're going to have dead kids. It's a dangerous thing. There's no big playground, no big whatever. That's a major emergency access road for EMS and fire and everything. The variance they tried to run over was the variance on the parking. Parking is a nightmare in this area. There's a 20-year waiting list for our building
Your time
after
is
8
up, but we'll give you 2 more minutes.
Thank you. There is after 8 o'clock at night, you cannot get parking at all. This thing here, all this area here, sorry. All this area here by 8 o'clock at night is jammed with cars. On Hillside Avenue, completely jammed with cars. If you take this is Fort George. It's interesting, I don't really see Hillside Avenue here at all. It's not, well, if you take here, here's Nagel, here's Hillside. Down at the bottom here is a post office. So all of this part here, this is only 2.5 blocks long. All of this is restricted for postal trucks and park here all the time, 24 hours, okay? There's a school here, school there, so of course it's restricted parking, because of the school. Along here then is parking is all taken. There are on this 2.5 block street already 1,000 apartments in this little enclave here. Along here, because there are the three Mitchell-Lama high-rises already, you have over 600 apartments. So parking is a nightmare. In addition, right here at the bottom of Hillside by the post office, a major restaurant is about to open called Marinella. You may know that Dyckman Street has become kind of a real restaurant and venue for nightlife. That's going to be a major, major parking issue 7 days a week at night. So you can't possibly grant a variance on parking. In addition, the current site here, which they didn't tell you, is a parking lot. And this thing about, we're near the thing, you can currently, what is the configuration of the site? This is the building. You can just reach up from the subway platform and touch the cars. Kids do it all the time. They high-five the cars.
I'm sorry, your time.
All right. So I'm saying the variance, we will lose the parking lot.
I'm sorry, your time is up.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right.
You can submit anything to us in writing if you'd like.
All right. Thank you.
Are there more speakers on this item? Any other speakers? Any speakers? Okay, Mr. Chester?
Hi. Just a couple of things. First of all, I've been involved in this project for about, I think, a year and a half now, but way before I even got involved, this project was on the planning agenda of Sobro. And Sobro met numerous times in the pre-design phase, and you name it, with Community Board 12, specifically with the Land Use Committee of Community Board 12, which consistently had input, and in fact, the building was redesigned and made lower based on their concerns. The night we had the actual Community Board land use hearing at Community Board 12, the room was stacked with union electricians. I thought they brought about 75 people, most of which yelled us down about the necessity of a union job, which I understand is virtually impossible in these affordable housing contexts. The other demand that they made was that we run a platform from our building over the transit authority for people with disabilities to gain access to the platform. And there were various other demands that had no real nexus to the land use impacts of the project. Okay. When we got to the full board, the night of the full board, they gave us, the entire team, I think we had some technical difficulties with our slides. They gave us 3 minutes. Based on the technical difficulties, they gave us no time to present, and they voted us down. Okay. We were subsequently told that we should have seen the new chairman of Community Board 12 and given him a presentation. There was no time for that based on the time frames. We have reached out to other elected officials, including the councilman who supports this project. The other point raised about the parking, we are in fact providing parking. We're providing 44 units of parking in this building, which we actually think will be more than enough.
Can you provide us with some analysis of that as what you anticipate is the demand for parking that would be generated by this building?
We can. I think.
And if that is not satisfied on site, can you at least do a survey of available parking spots in the surrounding streets?
We didn't do a full parking study, but I think we've already presented surrounding garages that had availability in the neighborhood. But if you want a full parking study,
well, I'd like to understand the demand of the building. I think that would be helpful first. If I know there are 125 units, the requirement is, you said, 63. what do you anticipate would be the parking demand?
We anticipate less here based on some of the factors based on what Phil knows as to servicing of this population, and also the ready availability of transit, which is literally next door.
So if you could look at that, yes.
But your statement also states that there is ample on-street parking.
Well-
But there's no data to support that, and we've heard testimony
Right.
to the contrary today. So I think.
Right, you
I-
could add
I-
the study and look at that as well.
I can say, and I know this is purely anecdotal, I've been there during the day on Fort George Hill, and that hill is filled with open spaces. That may not be the case in the evening. Well,
Fine,
Okay,
fine.
if you couldn't do.
Just give us the data.
And the other point I want to make is, we are separated quite a bit from the adjacent residences. We have, one border is, as you know, the Transit Authority, and we face High Bridge Park on the other side. So,
All right, so I'm not sure. But you can't- Okay, that's fine, thank you. You cannot speak from the seat. Okay. All right, so, well, why don't we'll bring you back. We'll set a schedule. Yes, you can.
At the urging of Community Board 12, we actually had a public meeting in the neighborhood, and we flyered the entire area, and we had about 60 people show up at a meeting that we had in the neighborhood, and we presented the project. I thought, and that was a direct response to a request from the the Planning and Zoning Committee. By the way, when we presented this project, the Housing Committee, Community Road 12, they enthusiastically endorsed it, which is another factor which is lost somewhere in the shuffle as they've changed leadership there. But so we had our meeting, and then we had a vote for the meeting, and I think.
It's fine, I don't.
I just felt like this lady who I don't know and I've never talked to has come with a lot of things which I have never heard before, and we did reach out to the community and ask for input, ask for to comment on the site. We're a community organization, after all, and it's an important part of what we do. So
I understand that. All right, so we can give you. Can you submit on the 27th of May?
Victor?
The hearing is going to be in June, all right? So if you can submit on the 27th.
We could submit on the 27th.
If your petitioners if you want to submit something on the record, please submit to us by June 3rd, and we're going to have the hearing on June 10th.
Actually, I can't be here on June 10th. I'm going to be out of town.
Well, we could do it on June 17th.
Okay.
If you'd like more time, you can submit to us by June 10th. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Item number 15, 279-13BZ, 218-222 West 35th Street, Manhattan, the office of Washaw Bernstein.
Good afternoon, Josh Rhinesmith for the applicant. This is a special permit application pursuant to 7336 of the zoning resolution to permit the operation of a physical culture establishment in a portion of a building that will be located, actually having two street frontages on West 34th Street as well as West 35th Street. I understand from the board's comments that you correctly pointed out that recent documents that were submitted included all tax lots in the zoning lot, but some of the original documents that were submitted only included the tax lot where the PCE portion is going to be located. And so we're going to go and revise all documents to make sure that they are consistent. They list all tax lot numbers.
Do you have to re-notify as well as a result of that? You may need to.
I may need to. I actually think it will be required because it's going to pick up some of the properties across 34th Street. So if we could have enough time, I can revise all the documents fairly quickly, but if we could have enough time to do that notification, I'd appreciate it.
All right, were there other questions on this case? Any questions? Yours is next, okay. Any speakers on this item? All right, the no speakers, we'll continue the hearing. If you, we'll bring you back on June 17th. You can bring you back on June 10th, actually. I think that would give you enough time to notify.
It will.
So that should be your first line of business.
Absolutely.
Okay. So, and if you could submit to us the other material by May 27th.
Great, thank you very much.
Item number 16, 294-13BZ, 220 Lafayette Street, Manhattan. The law offices of Marvin Mitzner.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Marvin Mitzner, the applicant. This is an application for a variance to allow a single-family residential use in an M15B zoning district. The existing building contains a ground floor non-conforming retail use, which will remain, and contains a second and partial third floor, which is vacant. We're proposing to convert the second and third floor for residential use, as well as adding a fourth floor and a fifth floor penthouse. It'll be a single-family use. The current FAR is 2.6, which is well below the 5.0 permitted FAR. Our proposal is to increase that to 3.6 FAR. Essentially, we're adding 1,875 square feet to the building. We're also asking for a variance to legitimize the ground floor nonconforming use. The existence of a nonconforming use is very different than having a permitted variant use. And since the variance calculations are based upon the retail use and the retail income, I believe it's appropriate to include that occupancy in the grant of the
I
variance.
don't understand what, it seems like, I just don't understand that. Are you asking for a variance for the ground floor, or are you not?
Yes, we are. We're asking that the existing non-conforming use of the retail be legalized in terms of the variance grant.
Okay, so in which case, and I think you should revise your papers and get the appropriate objection, because I don't think you really have that. I mean, there's one section that's quoted, I'm not sure it's for the limitation on ground floor retail. So if you can take a look at that. But your financials all show ground floor retail.
That's correct.
Why is that if it's illegal?
It's not illegal. It's a pre-existing non-conforming use.
So then why are you asking us to legalize it? I think you're confusing us. Either it's legal or it's not. So I think the language, we can give you, if you can ask for a variance just from floors 2 to 5, if you want to, and not touch the ground floor at all. But you're asking us to somehow legitimize it, legalize it, formalize it. Why don't we just tell us what you want us to do? But if it's an illegal use and you want us to legalize it, that's one thing, in which case, when you look at your conforming developments, you should be looking at showrooms or some other use. May actually be better for your case, but on the other hand, if you believe that this is a pre-existing non-conforming use and legal, then don't ask us to waive, you don't have to waive anything.
Understood. We'll reconsider that.
Okay.
I had a very similar question, because you said, I think the language you used was to formalize the ground floor use group 6 retail use. Do you gain something? Does the property owner gain something by our granting a variance for that space as opposed to the discontinued non-conforming legal use?
Not in that sense. I mean, the notion is that if you have a pre-existing non-conforming use, it has certain restrictions on it. For example, if
Well, it's
whatever
got the discontinuous.
discontinuous
Oh, is that
provision,
what- is
that's
that
right.
what you're
That's
asking
primarily
us?
one. It's a discontinuous issue. So, but if it's included in the variance application, then it's a lawful use that cannot be discontinued, if you will.
I understand now. You
All
hit
right.
the nail on the head when you asked that question. All right, but the reality is then that you're asking us for a variance for the ground floor, even though it exists right now to some extent, right? But I understand why, under those circumstances, your as-of right can show retail use.
Right.
Can you just explain that clearly in your papers?
Sure.
And the
We'll
board
do.
will take that into consideration, whether we feel that's appropriate to do.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
Fair enough. Now, I know we've supported our application with the uniqueness study that shows that this is only one of 3 properties having unique characteristics. We've also supported it by showing a number of as-of-right uses as well as a proposed use and done analysis on that. I know the board raised some questions at exec session about
Right, I know you've done an analysis of shallow lots. I just didn't understand how that comes into play. It seems to me the constraints of the site are not really about its shallow depth, because in fact, 2 floors are fully built out, but it's because the floor plates are very small. And so if you're talking about small floor plates, then, because I think that's what it seems is the issue here. It's not about the shallow depth, at least I couldn't really understand why the shallow depth and how that really, where the nexus was. But then you should do an analysis of small lots in the area and not shallow depth. So your ultimate conclusion, which is that there are 3 lots amongst the 95 buildings or however many buildings you looked at, changes because we're now looking at small lots and the underbuilt nature of the small lot, and then the analysis is somewhat different. Can you do that for us?
All right, understood. I think what we've done is relevant and does show uniqueness, but if you want us to supplement that
Yes, that'd be
by
great.
looking at the floor plates, we can do that.
Yes, that would be wonderful if you could do that.
Sure.
Floor plates.
Fine.
All right, I
Yeah.
know, so, yes.
As I was saying, now I understand, I don't know if there are any other questions.
We have some
on-
questions on the B finding, and then we're going to talk, then we had some issues with really the lesser variance and relief that you're seeking.
Fine, well, Jack Freeman is here, who's a financial consultant. I'd like to bring him up
That seems
to
good.
address those issues.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Jack Freeman of J.S. Freeman Associates here on behalf of the applicant. Someone from my office attended the review session, so I think we heard what was said. We have a few questions and a few comments to make. So I don't know how you want to proceed.
Excuse me.
All right, Mr. Freeman, can you speak up? People are entering. the
Sure.
rooms, So,
We were at the review session. We heard questions raised by the commissioners. We have a few questions and a few points of information we'd like to add, and I just want to make sure, as we go forward, that we understand what was asked. So I don't know how you want to proceed in terms of, do you want me to
well, we
go
raised
through
several
our...
issues. Can you just speak to those issues?
Yeah. One of the issues related to the valuation of the site. I believe that Commissioner Otley Brown had some questions. We think that we valued the site appropriately, which I will explain, but we'll be glad to review our comparables as was requested and see.
Right, could you remove the comparables that have the buildings, the first 2, and find actual vacant land?
We will do that. I think we have done some projects recently, so we have some other comparables. We felt it was appropriate. I know you raised the question regarding the effective age of the existing building, but we note that there is a legal non-conforming use which is occupied and produces rent. So when we set out how do we value this, the capitalized value of the existing occupancy is a little over $1 million, and we felt that an $800,000 value for the building was appropriate. We will look at it again on the basis of your discussions, but that was our thinking, that the existing retail has value. We can totally discount the value of the building, but we would then want to have you reconsider valuing the existing non-conforming retail, which has value. And on the basis of that, we had added some buildings into our comp. So we can look at vacant land, and we can add to the vacant land the value of the existing retail, and that would give us a different approach to dealing with the value.
I'd actually think that would be clearer, simply because your A case talks about how the building is somewhat obsolete for manufacturing. So I think that needs to be addressed, that you do have obsolescence in that building that's affecting the effective age.
Okay, but if
Even
we
though
take
you
that
do
off the
have that.
table and we just look at the value of the existing retail, discount the building completely, and add to that vacant land comps, we will do that.
If you do the vacant land comps, then that would address it.
Got it. We understood your question.
Okay, great.
All right. The second question related to the residential comparables, and we understand your question. We felt in looking at this that it was not a townhouse because of basically a few reasons. One, it had the retail on the ground floor. Two, although it's a single unit, it's not a very large unit. It doesn't have the scope or potential amenities that a townhouse unit might have. We looked
It
at
is large,
condos.
though, and you do have outdoor space.
I
which
understand
you
that,
don't account for with your condominium comparables.
When we looked at the condominium comparables, the reason we actually did discount the condominium comparables a bit because the condominiums are all full-service buildings, and this would be one unit. So we will take a look at townhouse comps. I didn't want you to think that we hadn't weighed how to do it. This is kind of a hybrid development, and we try to do the best we can, and we'll take another look at it for you.
Right, at least, at the very least, when you do look at it, if you don't use the townhouse comparables, you should have a narrative that talks about why you think it's more appropriate to use the condominiums. And if you do use those condominiums, then I don't see why you would discount it for the fact that this isn't a full-service building when those condominiums also don't have outdoor space, which is a premium, which this
Well,
does have.
I understand that, and we've had some previous discussions on other cases about outdoor space, so we can certainly do that. We just try to come to grips with what this is, and it's kind of an unique, no pun intended, to kind of project, and we weren't sure how to do it, so we'll take into account what you said and revisit that. And that would then be able, we think we can then answer the minimum variance question once we do that. The only other question we had was, I think Commissioner Higginson at the review session asked a question regarding expanding on joint living working quarters, and we weren't sure.
I think you just sort of give a conclusory statement of, this is how much one can get per square foot for joint living and work quarters, and you don't really give a whole lot of backup for that, considering it's a residential use that would be permitted in the area. So if you could give us a little more explanation as to why, not just simply, I don't think you even give us, unless I missed it, you didn't give us a backup for your number.
We can give you backup for that. We weren't sure whether you wanted some additional backup or information as opposed to the way we dealt with it anecdotally. You wanted us to analyze the financial
Yeah, I mean,
aspects
it was very anecdotal. It was about 2 sentences and.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
I mean,
I
don't think our
If you give
conclusion
us
would be.
comps and they support your notion that it's, I think, $10 per square foot or something.
Exactly.
Then I don't think you necessarily need to do the whole analysis because I think it's very evident. But I think we'd like to see the comps that support
That answered the question.
Some backup.
Yeah, and comps in that area, because I believe you do put a comp in there.
it's one
Of the Il Giglio building down here on Murray Street,
Uh-huh.
which I don't think is comparable.
Well, we'll see what we can do to supplement the information, and that really answered the question as to give you some comparables to what our basis was, and we can give you that background.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Freeman.
Thank you. Does the board have any other questions?
Just that we'd like you to analyze, we have a couple of questions on the proposal itself, but just, we'd like you to look at a lesser alternative, lesser variance, which is the building as is converted, so without the enlargement. You can take a look at that. And Commissioner Higginson, I know you had some questions about the rear and.
I did. Could you provide a section through the building that then extends to the rear and to the adjacent building behind so that we can see the context of that extension you want to build? I think you
Sure,
just
we'll
stopped
include-
the
we'll
property
include a
line
section.
for the section.
Right, you're converting the second floor entirely for residential.
That's correct.
And it's it's a deep building, 75 feet. It's out to the lot line. And I know you've shown a rear elevation of windows, but I don't know if those are legal light, there are windows, or are you going to put skylights? It just wasn't clear how you're going to get light into the rear section of the home. And I think it'd be helpful if you could also just label these spaces more accurately, or I think you have an enormous space which you've called accessory. I don't know what that is.
Yes.
And
We'll clarify
clarify
the
this.
use of the space.
Right, and and look to see if you really need such a big enlargement. May not need it.
Okay, well, the numbers will establish that.
Yes, okay, the numbers will play that out. All right, any other questions? Are there speakers on this item? Any speakers? All right, Mr. Mitzner, how much time do you need?
Till June 10th?
So you want to submit on June 10th?
Submit on
That's
June 10th.
fine, June 10th, and we'll have the hearing on June 24th.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Item number 17, calendar number 33113BZ, 2005 86th Street, Brooklyn, Warshaw, Bernstein.
Josh Rhinesmith for the applicant. This is another 7336 special permit to permit the operation of a physical culture establishment within an existing one-story mezzanine building in Brooklyn. From yesterday's review session, I believe the board had a couple of questions regarding some comments that the community board had made in their resolution, as well as whether the existing, or the fitness center is currently operating. To the latter question, the fitness center is not operating. Typically 2 months before the fitness center begins their operation, they have a pre-sale, and so that is what is going on now. The fitness center will not be operating. To the second question, I believe the community board unanimously approved this application, but at the hearing, one of the residents on 85th Street had raised some concerns that I believe primarily dealt with the previous tenant. It was a Rite Aid pharmacy, and they used 85th Street for loading purposes. And so there was a gate back there that was kept open, and then when Rite Aid vacated the site, I don't think the gate was permanently locked, and so individuals would congregate in the open area on 85th Street. One, the loading issue is no longer going to be a problem because the fitness center doesn't have any loading needs. And then now that there's going to be a constant presence, that portion of the building will always be monitored. So the actual operation of the fitness center will solve those issues.
But is there an entrance from 85th Street? Or, because I think the community board said that they wanted to be only used for egress.
Yeah, and I don't think it's even going to be used for egress. Originally, that provided access for bringing goods into the building. However, now that door in the back of the building that would be on 85th Street only provides access to the sprinkler room.
Okay.
The other second means of egress exits out the side of the building. I believe that's 220th Avenue.
All right. Yes.
I'm sorry, I believe the board had requested photographs of the 85th Street frontage. We can provide those to you within a week.
Okay, good. Are there other questions for the applicant? Any speakers on this item? All right, so we'll close the hearing and we can leave the record open. If you can submit on May 27th, we can vote this out on June 10th.
Thank you very much.
Motion to close.
Chair Srinivasan,
Aye.
Vice Chair Collins,
Aye.
Commissioner Hinkson,
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez,
Aye.
Commissioner Ali Brown.
Aye.
What's the
527, 610.
Yes, I know that the next item is St. David's. We'll do that at the end, because I know there's a large crowd to hear that, so we'll do 1380 Rockaway Parkway first.
So that's item number 19, calendar number 714BZ, 1380 Rockaway Parkway, Brooklyn, Greenberg, Trarick.
Excuse me, could you let the applicant through? Thank you.
Thank you for agreeing to hear me out of turn. My name is Dan Eggers, on behalf of the applicant, Greenberg Trarg LLP, representing PFNY LLC, doing business as Planet Fitness. This is an application for a special permit pursuant to Section 7336 of the zoning resolution to allow a physical culture establishment in the existing one-story plus cellar building on 1380 Rockaway Parkway in Canarsie. This is an application in connection with an application to rezone the property from a C13 overlay to a C23 overlay in an R5D district. The rezoning was approved by the council last week. We understand yesterday at the review session, the board had questioned regarding the parking lot in the rear and whether we would use it for parking. We do not intend to. We believe that the vast majority of patrons will either take mass transit or walk to our gym, and there's a public parking lot across the street, so we do not intend to use it for parking.
Is that still a part of your site?
It is not part, it's under the same ownership as, we're the lessee, so it's under the same ownership as our landlord. It's not part of our site, though.
But is it a part of the zoning lot?
I do not believe so.
Okay. It's not.
No.
All right. Okay, just want to make sure.
What is the parking lot there for?
It was used as as you know, it was used as accessory parking to the commercial uses that had occupied our building. There was a variance granted in 1952. It was subsequently renewed, last renewed, I believe, in '67. Was not renewed thereafter. Parking was there until 2011. There was a Rite Aid in our building in 2011 that vacated, and since then, the building has been vacant, so the parking lot has not been used.
Okay.
I also understand that the FDNY has a few comments, or one comment to our floor plans regarding providing a second means of egress, and we'll hear that from him. But I welcome any other questions you may have.
Any questions? No. All right. Thank you, Mr. Eggers. The fire department is here.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Anthony Scaduto for the Fire Department. What we had requested was a review of the cellar egress plan. The main stairway, which is, from a design standpoint, in terms of my definition, more of a convenience stair than a means of egress from the cellar, does not provide direct egress to the exterior of the building. So what the fire department is requesting is that the applicant provide a second means of egress from the cellar, which leads directly to the exterior of the building.
But does the second, the staircase brings you up and then you
Move back
move
through the
around and then
building.
you- Right.
Well,
and
the
exit's right
egress
there.
is not, the definition of egress is very specific. It's directly to the exterior of the building. It doesn't, you cannot, or re-entry into the building is not the proper means of egress for
Is
space.
this under the fire code?
It's under the building code,
It's under the building.
absolutely.
All right. Any approval by this board is not going to override the building code. They would have to comply if the building code requires them to do that.
I understand that, but what we would prefer, obviously, it's at the discretion of the board, but what the fire department prefer is that any plan that the board puts their stamp on certainly be accurate in terms of what would be required, both from a legal and prudent standpoint. Again, an
All right,
interior
can you submit to
convenience
us
stairs is
Can
not.
you submit to us the sections that you're talking about so the board can?
Yeah,
review
okay, I'll
that?
prepare a formal means
Yes,
of
please
egress, formal submission. They had mentioned that they're applying under the 68 code. I'll prepare a submission of the definition of egress in both the 68 code and the 2008 code. Again, it's an interior convenience stairs is not a means of egress. Hopefully, Commissioner Hinkson might.
But if the board includes a condition saying that the applicant is required to provide means of egress as per the building code, that would not
That would be
suffice?
adequate for me. I just feel that if there's a flaw in the design that's presented to you, It should be
I
corrected.
understand that, but we
I'm
don't
not
have
arguing.
ability
Yeah,
to
you
look
can
at
do what
every
you want.
code. And what I don't want is to have an issue where you and the applicants are saying that, no, that's not the code, and you'll say, no, it is the code, and we'll have to define whether it is the code or not. So I think I'm trying to avoid that.
Absolutely, no question in my mind.
No, I think it would be just sufficient to simply say in the resolution that it.
Okay,
it
no,
was-
no
Put that
objection.
on- Ask them to put it on their drawings.
No objection.
Okay.
Yeah, that,
Would
you
that
know,
suffice?
the
And
egress
if
will be
they-
reviewed and as
Right,
per.
and then the building
Yeah.
department can review it, and they'll
Fine.
probably be the right.
Yeah, that's a wonderful thing.
Okay, great.
I thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Are there any speakers on this item?
So at this point, I would ask that the board close the hearing, but leave the record open for a submission regarding the egress requirements and a revised floor plan if we need to provide.
Well, I think we definitely want to see a revised floor plan where you put a note that clearly says that you'll be providing the correct or the compliant means of egress to be reviewed by the Department of Buildings.
Understood.
Okay? Fire Department, would you like to submit something into the record? Okay, you know what we're planning to do. Okay, thank you. Can I take that as you're saying you have no objections? I have no objections. Okay, good. All right, so we can close the hearing, and we'll leave the record open for you to revise your drawing. You can submit that to us on May 27. We can vote this out on June 10th.
Thank you very much.
Motion to close?
Chair Srinivasan.
Aye.
Vice Chair Collins. Aye. Commissioner Hinkson.
Aye.
Commissioner Montanez.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then we'll do the same.
They can set up. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're back on the record. Item number 18, 3-14BZ, 12-22 East 98th Street, Manhattan, the Office of Friedman and Gottbaum. 89. East 89th Street, what did I say? I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Shelley Friedman, Friedman and Gottbaum, to discuss with you the application on behalf of St. David's School. The school is on East 89th Street between Fifth Avenue and Madison Avenue. It's occupied that block since its inception. It consists of 3 brownstones and Graham House, a residential hotel that was built in the 1980s, purchased by the school in the 1880s, purchased by the school in the 1970s, partially converted for its use. This application will complete that long-term project and allow the school not only to use all of Graham House, but to close its athletic facility on East 94th Street, thus avoiding what has been a very long and arduous. It was temporary. It was created in the expectation that someday Graham House would be the subject of an adaptive reuse. But its phys ed facilities are now on East 94th Street, and this will allow the East 94th Street facility to be closed and all the boys to be to occupy the same campus. It is a K through 8 facility. If Graham House could talk, I would have called it first up to basically apologize to the board. It is a very complex building. It has generated a number of zoning objections. The non-compliances go on for a page and a half, all of which owe to its existing construction. And it has made this a very long statement, a very long set of zoning analyses, and we apologize to the board for that, but we've tried to follow the board's instructions on what has been a very complex case for one and all. However, the variances themselves the requests here are relatively simple and relatively minor. In the hope of providing you with that insight, we've prepared a brief animation that I'd like to show the board and begin. What you see here now is the existing building, and we're going to rotate it. You're looking at the rear of it now, coming into view as its front on East 89th, looking from the we'll just continue the rotation. This is the 89th Street facade right here. This is Graham House, this L-shaped building right here. Now, what we're going to see is the existing non-compliances in the building with absolutely no work, with no work taking place. Could we add that, Tom? What you see here are layers upon layers of non-compliances. It's all in the record. We don't need to take you through each and every one of them. But just as an example of how complex things can get, if all we were doing was adding a penthouse right in this location here, we'd probably require 6 variances from you just for that alone. And that is because a number of variances are created by its location in the C15 district. A number of additional variances, objections are raised because it's in the special Madison Avenue district and has certain transition rules for height and setback that accompany that. And in addition to that, because of its frontage on Madison Avenue right here, it's a sliver and has its own, which brings its own set of objections. So you can see just in this one example how quickly the existing non-compliances mount up. So we'll take you around the building just to show you how extensive the existing non-compliances are for the St. David's School. This in blue is the extent of our asks. This is what we're requesting in our application by way of this variance application. It consists of filling in an 18-inch side yard that violates lot coverage and other issues. So our asks are basically 18 inches here, 4.2 feet here to bring out the non-complying rear yard wall and eliminate the non-complying rear yard to build at our lot line, and to add 17 feet. It's not uniform, but at its greatest extent, an additional 17 feet to the existing building. These are the dimensions and the asks that we're looking for: 18 inches, 4.2 feet, 17 feet in height. We are adding overall, as a result of this application, roughly 3,500 square feet of zoning floor area. If we could take a look, Tom. Thank you. So that is the full extent of the zoning requests before you today. Programmatically, we understand that from hearing your concerns at yesterday's executive session that there's a sense that we're creating a lot of program space here that has to be discussed. I want to assure the board that that number is much smaller than is apparent even from this diagram. When one includes what we already occupy in Graham House and includes bringing over the athletic facilities from East 94th Street, there's roughly 11,000 square feet of new program area that is being requested in this application. That completes the conversion of Graham House and adds the blue that you see here. So all in, this is a relatively modest, we hope you'll agree, it's a relatively modest request based on relatively few requests to this board for discretionary actions to increase the host of zoning noncompliances that this building already possesses. To begin that discussion with you regarding the program, I'd like to ask the head of the school, David O'Halloran, to speak. Sam White is here to, at your discretion, provide you a complete analysis or hone in on your concerns and questions. And that will be our presentation. There are others here from the school who can speak who wish to testify regarding programmatic necessity and programmatic hardship. And that is essentially our presentation. Okay?
I just have a quick question on
Yes, ma'am.
program.
Your mic, please. I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
That's fine. Just on the school program, and I've heard a little bit about it today. I think it'd just be very helpful if you could just tell us how much square footage you have in the existing building for school use how much you have off-site, which is at 84th Street, and then how much you're proposing. And for this, the same sort of set of scenarios or buildings, what is the what is the program space that you have in these buildings? So, for example, in the existing school, if you have 12 classrooms and 4 art rooms, if you could just lay that out for us, and similarly, if you can show us what that would be for the as-of-right alternative. I think one as-of-right alternative is very complicated, so I think we're talking about the more modest one. I think one of them tears down the building and reconstructs. It doesn't seem like a viable as-of-right. So the one where you are adding some space under the as-of-right rules, and also for the lesser variance. Does that make sense? It's really sort of a set of square footage and program space for these various scenarios.
I think we have that for you,
Okay,
and
great.
I know that if we don't, you'll call us on it.
Okay.
I think the as-of-right scenarios has presented us with, has us all presented some problem, and you're right. The classic as-of-right, which would be the tear down and what we could rebuild in compliance with the zoning resolution, quickly runs off the rails for us because so much of Graham House is in the R8B, which obviously is a spectacularly overbuilt situation, right out of the box for us. The as-of-right that we presented, the other as-of-right that we presented in the application, looks at it from the standpoint of what can the Buildings Department approve ministerially. They can approve all of the noncompliances as long as we're not increasing them. And we have shown that and analyzed that and named it as of right, but it is as of right in that context of including all of the existing noncompliances, simply either eliminating them or reducing them. In some cases, we do that, or at least not increasing their extent. So that's the as of right you have. You have both as of rights in your packages. The lesser variance, which I believe you're talking about, we referred to as the lesser scenario 2.
Yes, 2. not
Which provides many of all of the requests that we're looking for in our application, but for those that are associated with extending the rear wall out to the rear property line. Is that?
That is the one.
Okay, so that's the one that we can certainly focus on in front of the board today and amplify as you wish. I'd like to call David O'Halloran, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is David O'Halloran. I'm the headmaster at St. David's. Thank you for hearing our application today. We come before the board with the understanding that we need to justify our requests by demonstrating programmatic need, and that programmatic hardship is the standard by which we're going to be measured. Following our intensive programmatic reviews leading up to this application, we're confident that we'll be able to meet that standard. I can assure you that we're not asking for 1 square foot more than we need to overcome our programmatic obstacles. As the person charged with raising the money too, we've limited our requests to what's absolutely necessary. In fact, we did not request the building that would capture our optimal programmatic objectives. A full-scale auditorium, for example, due to its size, disruptions to the neighborhood, and the likely objections from our community. St. David's has fared well up to this point in our 3 townhouses and what we could use within the existing Graham House. That's now at an end. We have pushed Graham House as far as we can. It's necessary for us to now occupy all of Graham House and plan for its long-term programmatic use. This has been a more than 40-year dream of the school, to provide the large open performance and athletic spaces so necessary to the education of young boys and so consistent with the mission of our school, a classical balance in program. We must end our 2-campus existence. It doesn't work for small children. It was only a temporary fix, until we could provide the single campus that this application will allow. 8-year-olds sitting on a bus for 40 minutes a day, every day, is a waste. The proposal represents a modest gain in square footage. When one calculates what is already in Graham House, used by the school, and the consolidation of our East 94th Street Sports Center into our 89th Street campus, we have a gain of approximately 22,000 gross square feet. However, once you back out currently used programmable space in the cellar and subcellar of our 89th Street building that are not counted in the zoning calculations because they're subgrade, and the corridor, bathroom, egress, and other necessary code-related space, we actually realize a net gain of a modest 11,500 square feet of programmable space. This is not a significant enlargement of the total envelope of the school. This modest gain in square footage, however, provides much-needed relief and allows for huge gains in curriculum advancement through adjacencies, which we'll get into in the next piece of our introduction, optionalities, and through scheduling, all of which allow us to capture back hours from our days for teaching. St. David's is a unique and active place. The ebb and flow of our program is rich and full. There are multiple times during a day that every space in the school is occupied with 6- and 7-year-olds learning to read or doing math in small group instruction, while older boys are performing or playing sports. We already run long. These new 11,500 programmable square feet spread out over the program will alleviate significant hardship by expanding the gym to regulation size, which relieves safety and instructional hardships. The addition of a dedicated auditorium will relieve the hardships associated with running a lunch program, performance, assembly, and rehearsal programs out of the same single undersized space. It will also allow half the school to assemble together. As I said in my opening remarks, we wanted the whole school to be able to gather in one space, but we just couldn't make that work given the constraints and our own desire not to overstretch our asks. Our mission statement says that we're a true community. At the heart of a true community is shared experience. Boys form connection through shared experiences. This cannot occur right now. The boys are isolated into their grade sections for most of their dramatic, public speaking, and musical performance experiences. With the new design, we can relieve this major impediment to our program and fit, for the first time in the school's history, one division of the school at a time in one space. The school's divided into 2 divisions of approximately 200 boys in each division, plus their teachers. And that's how we get to that size of the auditorium at 265 seats. Larger homerooms will alleviate significant hardship for our boys and their teachers. Cramped classrooms, the inability to provide collaborative learning opportunities, lack of learning material storage, science labs too small to incorporate STEM learning. There was a time when all boys sat in rows, neat rows facing the teacher, and the townhouse bedrooms fit the bill, but not today. The demands of collaborative learning and project-based pedagogy have become not only the norm, but expected best practice in our schools. The location of a second large multi-purpose lunchroom adjacent to the existing one will relieve the hardship of 3 lunch settings that stretch from 11 o'clock in the morning until 1:30 in the afternoon to 2. The enlarged locker room and its removal from the kitchen will relieve the hardships associated with boys changing in food prep areas, to name just a few of the reliefs. We have toiled to work with our neighbors to minimize our impacts. The building has been reduced and program space lost, including outdoor science instructional space that was so sorely needed to meet this goal. We have maintained a robust community outreach over the past 13 months, with roughly 15 separate meetings with neighbors and their boards, members of the public, and community groups, in addition to the roughly 6 Community Board 8 and LPC public hearings under our belts. Our efforts to date have led to a near unanimous vote of support from Community Board 8, which I understand is quite rare. And I think that speaks to the school's efforts to really reach out and engage the community. And we have made tremendous changes to the overall design of the application. I will now introduce Sam White to further the discussion of our programmatic difficulties and the specific solutions that we have developed to overcome them. And I will, of course, be happy to answer any questions that you have about the program as we get deeper into this. So if that's okay, I'll bring Sam up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the board. Thank you, Dr. O'Halloran. I'm Samuel G. White from Platt, Bayard, DeVell White Architects, the architects for St. David's School. The program needs that Dr. O'Halloran described sort of translate into a densely packed, rich building with a wide variety of sizes and uses of spaces. You see it here in a section through the building looking south. And just, for example, you start to see how, in addition to having larger 7th grade classrooms, we get a corridor space between the two, which is going to be used as a collaborative learning space. The same goes for the 8th grade. They get a joint work project area between them, and the same for the 4th grade. And that gives you a sort of a sense of how we're going from a single classroom with the chairs sort of screwed to the floor to a building that meets today's models for collaborative learning. This is a section through the building looking to the west, and it's through the mid-block portion of the building, and it shows the large spaces that heretofore the school has been unable to put onto its site, the gymnasiums, 2 gymnasiums, and a performance space with the extended dining room down below. That gives you a sort of a feeling of how this expansion is translating into real program spaces that are going to be used throughout the day. This is a site plan of the school. The school is located at the corner of East 89th Street and Madison Avenue. The blue line shows the outlines of the property with Graham House, as Mr. Friedman pointed out, having an L-shaped with 25 feet of frontage on Madison Avenue. It's a very, very weirdly shaped lot, both in terms of its own geometry and in terms of the overlay of zoning districts on top of it. The 3 townhouses are there. The backyard of the 3 townhouses is right there. It's the middle part, what I'll call the mid-block portion of this site, that gives us our real opportunity to create large spaces, to create relationships between spaces. And so this is where, in terms of this particular site, this is our big opportunity. We can't really do this on the townhouse site, and we can't do it on the Madison Avenue site. We can only really get these spaces in the mid-block portion of the site, which is highly constrained by the R8B zoning. The view of that mid-block portion is seen here from Madison Avenue between 89th and 88th Street. You see the L-shaped Graham House and revealing its former sort of incarnation as a residential hotel with lots of windows. That's the mid-block portion. Here is the 25-foot section. This is the proposed design where we are preserving and rebuilding the interior of the 89th Street and Madison Avenue portion, and then we will be demolishing the rear mid-block portion of Graham House and rebuilding it with a new structure that goes out to fully to the side lot line there, goes out to the rear lot line there, and goes up 17 feet higher than the existing, as well as a small addition on top of the 89th Street portion. This is a view of the front of the buildings. The three townhouses on the right. St. David's actually started off in this one townhouse and gradually expanded. Currently occupies the first 3 windows of Graham House, and the plan is to take over the rest of it and to relocate the main entrance to the school to the original Graham House entrance. This view shows where most of the new construction on the outside will take place, but it also shows the adjustments and accommodations that we had to make in the course of working with our neighbors and working with the Landmarks Commission. The neighbors were quite interested in having this view. The neighbors who looked across the street there were concerned about this view, and so as a result, we clad most of that penthouse addition with metal panels with a very small amount of glass. Landmarks wanted this section set back, so we set that section back 2 feet further than we had originally drawn it. They also, Landmarks asked us to remove an extension of this penthouse here, setting it back, and to relocate the mechanical equipment up to the roof of the gym. These were accommodations that essentially preserved the historic view from the corner of 89th Street and Madison Avenue. On top of Graham House, Landmarks really did not want to see anything there. We had originally had an outdoor science an outdoor science classroom, which by code would have to have a 10-foot fence around it. We had to get rid of that because all of that could be seen from this corner. You do see a small portion of the building from this very corner, but Landmarks accepted that, but wanted us to really clean this area up. So we did have to set a lot of things back. This is a view, sort of an idealized rendering view of the rear of the school, the 3 townhouses. Here is the proposed replacement for the mid-block section of Graham House. Because we had to set back from Madison Avenue, we lost a full classroom, an interactive physical fitness classroom. We had to put it somewhere, and so part of our application is to put it on the roof of building number 16 East 89th Street. That requires its own set of variances and contributes to them. This is the gymnasium that we're adding here. Here is the rear wall is built out to the rear property line. This is an actual view of what that looks like, and it's a bit of a forest of fire escapes right now. Part of our application to the building department will be to get permission to remove fire escapes here, here, and here, and replace them with an enhanced but completely internalized life safety system consisting mostly of wet sprinklers and adequate egress. Ideally, those will be approved by the building department, and we will be cleaning that up. This is a similarly idealized and would be impossible to recreate without tearing some buildings down view of the back of the buildings. There are the back of the townhouses without the fire escapes. Here is Graham House with the extension on the penthouse, which is set back. And then here is the replacement for the mid-block section of Graham House. And this photograph shows comparing the existing and proposed areas. There is the existing Graham House on the back and the left. It's set in 4.2 feet from the rear property line, but the fire escapes really bring it right out to the face. So those fire escapes are at the rear property line. This is the proposed view. We'd be going out fully to the plane of those fire escapes, changing it from an elevation that has fire escapes and about 40 windows to an elevation that would have 8 windows, as shown here. And I would leave you with the idea that if we were reversing this, if we had this as an existing and that as a proposed, I don't think that very many people would consider that we were actually improving anything on that site. This is the end of this particular portion of the presentation. I'm prepared to focus on the 4.2 feet if you would like, but I could also wait and do that at a time that was more convenient to you. There are a lot of people here who've been waiting to speak, so it's really up to you, Madam Chair.
Any questions? All right, why don't we, is that the last piece of your presentation?
Yeah,
Is that the last piece of your presentation?
Unless you want me to drill in a little further on that, the extension on the rear. I'm prepared to continue to discuss that extension on the rear and talk about how it affects the building plan and program, and that would take probably a further 10 minutes.
10 minutes? Why don't we take testimony from people then?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Friedman, anybody else from your team, or should we take testimony from? Okay. All right, Mr. Barsha? Is opposition?
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here. And I thought I was going to hear a presentation about a variance application speaking to the tests that need to be satisfied in order for a variance to be granted, and I heard very little of that. I did not hear any presentation regarding unique physical conditions. I did not hear any presentation regarding why this is the minimum variance that is necessary. So let's cut through a lot of what is fluff and get down to some very hard facts, because this application, when you strip away all of the obfuscation, and my lord, there is pages of it, it's really quite simple. This school proposes to take down a building and eliminate all of the physical conditions that it claims are hardship. Every one of them. The light well, the floor plates that don't match up, all of those conditions. And it does not provide any physical condition, citation, fact, circumstance that justifies the grant of any variance, okay? What it really boils down to is they say, we don't have enough room to put in the space that we want. Well, what space is it that they are talking about? There is only one possibility of one space that does not fit, potentially, on the floor plates that they propose would be there if they rebuilt the Graham house the way that it is today, filling in the light well and filling in the side yard variance, side yard setback. You with me? You want to fill? Let's go slower, because I see your confusion.
No, I'm just trying to understand. Go ahead.
Okay, look. They want to take down Graham House. They want to put up floor plates that eliminate that light well. We have no problems with that. They can turn around and do that as of right very simply. They simply turn around and say to the Department of Buildings, we're going to shrink our building ever so slightly to the rear. Then we do not have any more zoning noncompliance that is being increased. We don't increase lot coverage. We don't increase FAR. And we can turn around and rebuild in complete compliance with the zoning. Even if they wanted a variance to do that, even if a variance was necessary, the only variance that's needed is to allow them to have usable floor plates, fill in the light well, and take in that little side yard area that is non-complying now. All right? And then you have the regular floor plates that are shown on their plans. Now, if you do that, just that alone, that gets them 33,000 additional square feet of space above and beyond what they are using now. How do I get that number? It's from their, they don't ever acknowledge it in the text, God forbid. No, it's buried in these tables where you have to see where the residential use is that has never been converted. And that number is 33,424 square feet. So poof, all you have to do is fill in the light well, fill in the side yard, and there is now 33,000 more square feet than they currently use. Now, I ask you, how much square footage does a school need to educate the same number of students? Okay, they want to move over their athletic facilities? Fine, let them move over their athletic facilities. We are not looking to stop that. We're not looking to oppose all of the glorious things that are being proposed for the school. I just don't want 19 East 88th Street to be the one to take it on the chin. And how is 19 East 88th Street to take it on the chin? This is already a property that extends almost all the way to the rear lot line. It is also a property that is overbuilt on the mid-blocks. They are proposing, and the number is actually staggering, to raise the building 17 feet in height to gain 3,500 square feet of floor area? 3,500 square feet of floor area that is the kind of floor area that you could probably lose walking around here because there's so much floor area, you could lose it without even thinking about it. Let me tell you what I mean by that. These are not my words. The schools justifies, and I love it when I hear, we're not asking for a single square foot more than is necessary. This is the language that is used to justify a 19% increase in classroom sizes. I'm going to read right from the statement of facts. Boys in the upper grades are larger than they were in 1951. Their backpacks and coats are bigger. And contemporary teaching styles require easy movement of students, adults, and furniture within the classroom. That is a justification for an increase in floor area? It's a couple of thousand square feet of floor area that they're asking for with that. Then they talk about needing dedicated classrooms for each and every specialty with no overlapping function. Quote again, teachers in these specialties who do not have homeroom assignments are relegated to a nomadic existence, traveling from one classroom to another, carrying with them all of their subject matter teaching materials. So now we need to have variances so the teachers don't have to carry a briefcase or some books with them? How about the dining areas? The benefit that is to be achieved is to have lunch in 2 rather than 3 sessions. That's according to the school. So that the students can be freed for rehearsal and other activities. This is absurd. Students do not take any longer to eat lunch, whether the student body is divided into 2 parts or 3 parts. But that is the kind of justification we see over and over and over again in this application. It is simply absurd. And it is, in fact, some of this stuff is frankly insulting. Now, all that really needs to happen here, and all that should happen here, is that the board focus on the proper requirements for the grant of a variance. There are no unique physical conditions that are demonstrated here. There's no subsurface conditions, and they don't need them because they're not proposing to go down below where it's already excavated. On top of that, the big thing, and I would have actually liked to have heard what Sam had to say about this, the big thing is, what about the big gym, and we need to fill up the entire floor plate? No, you don't. The gym itself fits in with no problem. What there is a need for a safety corridor that he says needs to be a certain size. Well, if you look at drawing, I believe it's P-12, you'll see that in between that safety corridor and the gym, there are some bathrooms, there's storage spaces. This is not stuff that has to be there. This can be moved a little bit over to the east where the woodworking storage area is and accommodate this without having to go 4 feet further. Not only that, but there is no evidence that this gymnasium, the large gym, cannot be put in a subcellar. There is no analysis whatsoever demonstrating any adverse subsurface conditions. Now, there is a reference to $5 million in excavation costs, undocumented, no analysis, no construction costs, no nothing, not even a report from an engineer. Then there is the assertion that there needs to be dewatering, that there's bedrock. There's already subcellar excavation below the Graham house, not only in the corner that abuts the townhouse, but also right in the center. Where these light wells are, the school acknowledges those are load-bearing walls. Well, they're load-bearing with what? Just going down to the basement? No. There have to be footings underneath, and that means there has to have already been excavation right into the subcellar level in the center of the very spot where the school would put its gymnasium if it was putting it on the ground level or on the subcellar level. There's been no showing that that is impossible. Not only is that possible, but if they did it, they would turn around and get yet another 8,000 square feet of gross floor area. And the notion of backing out floor area because it doesn't count towards zoning floor area, it's still being used by the school. It's not like it's not being used. So when we talk about how much do they need, we need to talk about some real numbers here, okay? And it's like you look at this application, it feels like a shell game. It's really quite remarkable. Now, let's talk about what my building would like and what it doesn't like. All that I care about is that this building not go up any taller and it not go further back toward 19 East 88th Street. Would I love more things? Yeah, I'd love more things. I'd love a whole bunch of the non-compliances that are there, and you saw them. They are significant. Those things actually, and for decades, have impacted 19 East 88th Street. Those are the problems which create problems with light and air and the fact that we have a 4-foot rear yard. So now it's no big deal because the 4-foot rear yard is only another 4 feet. So what the heck, let's take it? No, the light and air should be preserved so that at least there's some minimal light and air that's left. And even these percentages are significant. They're very significant because they're being built on top of variances or non-compliances that are quite significant and have been there for decades. Now, toiled and worked with neighbors, I'll have the president of 19 East 88th Street talk to you about our communications with the school. Robust community outreach. We sat down and talked. Oh, yes. Nobody listened. We asked for a compromise. This is the amount of compromise we got. Right? That much compromise. We got actually zero. You know, at some point, the BSA is going to have to deal with what I've become fond of referring to as the school floor area feeding frenzy. Everybody comes in and want the most floor area they can get because they're a not-for-profit school. And then they cite the fact that you've got to give deference to it. And they come in with justifications like sizes of backpacks that are just silly, okay? Their problem is that they measure their variance application from the top down instead of the bottom up. It's not putting together a wish list of every single thing that you want and then saying, oh, but if you take something away from us, we're not going to be able to do our educational function. We need this, we need this, we need that. No. You measure it from the bottom up. For decades, they have been doing just fine. Go to their website. They don't turn around.
I'm sorry, Mr. Barsh.
Okay, I'll finish my thought. They don't claim on their website that but for the need for expansion, they can't educate their children. They educate them quite well. I'd like to introduce Mr. Gindi, who will speak for just a few minutes. He is the president of 19 East 88th Street, and he'll introduce, at least ask to stand, the people here from the building.
Okay.
Thank you, Steve. Madam Chairperson, Board, thank you. My name is Nathan Gindi. I'm the president of the Board of Directors at 19 East 88th Street, the building that is essentially behind or adjacent to St. David's. Before I begin, we do have a large turnout of our shareholders that came, and since they won't be speaking, I just will ask them to stand briefly. Thank you.
Thank you.
About a year ago, round to this month, we received a call from St. David's team notifying us that they wanted to do an expansion that's long planned. They asked to come meet with us, and we invited them to one of our board meetings. They showed up with a small army of people, 10, 15 people, and presentations and projectors and the whole thing. And the first thing they said to us was, "This is our most important meeting. You are our most important neighbor." That's the first thing they said to us. And I think that was probably the high point of our communication and relationship with them. Over the past year, we have made a number of efforts and attempts to work with them. We're not trying to be unreasonable. We're not trying to be difficult. What's of issue to us is the height and the rear yard setback and the mechanicals, which nobody talked about, but that's going on that roof, on 17 feet up, and then there's a whole slew of new mechanicals. And so much so that we had a meeting about 4 or 5 months ago where, again, they presented to us and nothing had changed. In fact, most of it had gotten worse for us. And I turned to David O'Halloran, the headmaster, and there was a lot of people in the room, and I said, person to person, business person to business person, forget about the lawyers. Here's my phone number. Here's my phone number. Call me. I would love to sit down with you and work this out and figure out a way to work this out. Here's my phone number. I never received a call, never received anything. In fact, that's the last time we ever heard from them. What's of concern to us? What's of concern to us, the neighbors here? The school talks about their 40-year dream. We have our 40-year dream. Well, we're residents. We live here, okay? We live behind this, okay? We're going to have, forgetting about the 3 years of construction, which we have to deal with one way or another. They're going to build something, okay? But, we're losing, 17 feet of light, 4 feet of setback, and then the mechanicals. On top of all this goes, we live there. Their 40-year dream, but it's our lives. It's our children. It's our families. It's our residents that live here and deal with this. And, there was some discussion of, that concessions have been made to shareholders, and there was a discussion that we gave up some front rooftop growing area or something. Yeah, that was landmarks, and yeah, we moved back mechanicals. Yeah, that was moving stuff back towards us. All those setbacks that were referred to, that was moving stuff back further to our building, so it couldn't be seen from the street. So in fact,
sorry, sir, your time is up.
Okay.
If you can just wrap up.
No problem. I will wrap up relatively quickly. All I'm saying is that, look, think about us. Think about what we have to deal with, what we have to go through. We've been more than reasonable. We're asking just to preserve our light and air for 3,500 square feet. It's insulting that I have to be here so they can build 3,500 square feet of extra space, which is completely, in our opinion, can be done elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Barshas, anybody else from your team? Are there other speakers on this item? Yes, please come forward. Each person will be given 3 minutes.
Good afternoon. Hi. My name is Helen Marino, and I live at 17 East 89th Street. And I'm here just to talk to you about a simple issue. St. David's plan proposes that the main entrance of the school be moved approximately 60 feet from its current location to the main entrance of Graham House at 22 East 89th Street. This new entrance would be directly across from the front entrance to 17 East 89th Street. 89th Street is a relatively narrow block, and this new school entrance would cause increased congestion in front of 17 East 89th Street due to the significant car and taxi drop-offs and pickups of the St. David's students. Just to give you an idea, to choose a date, I chose February 6, 2014, which was a very, very cold winter day, but a bright, sunny day nonetheless. On 89th Street, there were approximately between 7:50 a.m. and 8:30 a.m., 38 car drop-offs and pickups. And this does not include the cars where students were dropped off on Madison Avenue because there was just too much congestion on 89th Street to make the turn. For this reason, I think that it would be neighborly if the entrance, at least for the students, could remain 60 feet west where it currently is, so that the congestion would not stop directly in front of our building and prohibit people to enter and leave our building during that time period. The drop-offs and pickups are not simply stop the car and the child can run out. Oftentimes, the parent, they're young children, they're 5, 6 years old. As a parent, anyone can understand the need to actually walk the child to the entrance and to give the child to a supervisor or a teacher. For older children, there are often heavy backpacks, heavy gym bags, large projects that require a second person to help carry the things in. And again, the cars sit there, often blocking 2 lanes of traffic. Upon reviewing the proposed architectural plans, it seems that it could very easily be accommodated, at least for the student entrance, for the students to enter exactly where they're entering today. In addition, 11 East 89th Street, which is another school on the block across the street from St. David's, is in the process of changing hands. And I understand that there will no longer be a 90th Street entrance for that school. There will only be an entrance on 89th Street for the new school. I'm thinking it would be helpful to have a traffic study to see the impact of the car drop-offs and pickups for St. David's, for the new school, for 17th East 89th Street, if St. David's doesn't agree to keep the location where it currently is for the entrance. I understand to have a grand imposing entrance for visitors and guests, but I think at a minimum, the students could still enter where they currently entered. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Ali Aoyama, and I'm the Dean of Curriculum and Teaching at St. David's School. I'm a senior administrator at the school, and I'm responsible for the schedule. I've worked at St. David's for 14 years, and I'm a resident of Carnegie Hill for 10 years. During the past few years, I've been intimately involved in these plans. From an educational perspective, the current space is driving the schedule and limiting what we are able to do. Our only assembly space doubles as the cafeteria. So there are only a couple of hours in the morning and afternoon when our boys can perform and practice for the 70-plus performances they put on each year. The reuse of the Graham House includes a centrally located, dedicated performance space that will allow our music and performing arts programs to realize their full potential. The new space will have enough seats to accommodate an entire division of boys and teachers. The lack of suitable dining room space causes us to have 3 lunch seatings, beginning at 11 and ending at 1:30. We have family-style lunch at St. David's, and this extended lunch service creates a real bottleneck in the schedule, tying up both teachers' and students' schedules. The new space will allow us to have 2 lunch seatings and will open up the schedule, allowing for us to schedule the school day for the best instructional purposes. Each day, we transport 300 boys to an off-site gym. This substantially cuts into the boys' sports time. Moving the gym home will allow us to maximize instructional time. Currently, our boys change for sports in a locker room adjacent to the kitchen, which is clearly not ideal. The new space will provide a locker room adjacent to the gym where all upper school boys can change and store their sports equipment. Our current classrooms were formerly bedrooms and small living spaces, and the boys do not have enough space to spread out and work in teams or to tinker and build. The reuse of the Graham House will allow us to design classrooms that are built specifically for educational purposes. We need larger, more square classrooms. They will allow us to provide for collaborative learning and STEAM experiences that are central to our educational program. In short, our space is limiting the potential of our program for our students. This plan was carefully designed, and I urge you to recommend approval.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers? Yes, please come forward. There is a speaker, yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Barbieri. I've been teaching at St. David's for 27 years. I'm one of the 7th grade classroom teachers, and I'm very excited to see this necessary improvement to our school's campus. Since I began teaching at St. David's, the classrooms have been in the original campus, the townhouses, which were never designed for educational use. I've taught in a classroom for many years that was originally designed as a bedroom. This is a small space. It consistently limits my ability to use the space in a collaborative way. This year in my homeroom, I have 21 boys, pretty well shoehorned into the room. The students' storage cubbies are inside of the classroom, which further limits the amount of usable space in the classroom. The corridors right outside my classroom are very narrow as well, so you cannot use any of that outside the classroom space to store anything or even have students go out of the room to work together. Creating a building specifically meant for a school with new classrooms will allow me to have space to store project materials, configure the seats in various and more effective ways, not to mention create a more comfortable space for 7th grade students, many of whom are taller than their teacher. Another hurdle that many of our classroom teachers face is the lack of a permanent performance space for our class plays, which is an important part of our program, as many of our plays are related to the history curriculum. Currently, a temporary stage must be put up and taken down each day of rehearsal, as we use our dining room for all assemblies. There's no place to store anything, costumes, props, scenery, so all of it has to be carried downstairs from classroom to rehearsal space and then stored in the classrooms. St. David's values the experience of class plays very much in our program, and the current space limitation also limits the size of our audience, as we aren't able to invite as many of the fellow students to see the performance. Approval of this project will allow my students to have classrooms designed specifically for them, as well as a performance space that will eliminate wasted time and energy for teachers and students, as well as the janitorial and kitchen staffs. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Pedro Morales. I'm the Director of Athletics at St. David's School. I've been a member of the faculty for 27 years. And obviously, it's my job and my responsibility to conduct an athletic program for our boys. Under the current system, we travel each day to East 94th Street, boarding first graders, second graders on a bus every day, getting them to our facility, and then trying to run a program on a very limited time because of the time we lose traveling back and forth. In addition to traveling back and forth with younger boys, we take older boys over to the gym, a space that, for example, during a winter, have 2 basketball teams, 30 boys, and a gymnasium that realistically can barely hold 10 boys of that age level. The travel back and forth affects the program. Getting boys out of a locker room where they're literally dressing on top of each other. What should take a 5-minute process to get dressed may take 5 to 10, 15 minutes because they can't all get dressed at the same time. Additionally, while they're changing, there's food being transported back and forth, serving our lunches. In terms of safety, when we have a game or host a team, once we have more than 15 people at a game, which usually happens because parents and their classmates want to see their boys play, they are literally on the gym floor. They're stepping onto the floor, not because they want to be involved, but because there's no space for our boys to get back and forth. Each day, our boys come upstairs and are in front of the school getting ready to go out to sports. And we are constantly encouraging them to move over because we do feel that we are good neighbors. We do not own 89th Street. This is not a project of vanity. This is a project of necessity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker.
Madam Chair and members of the commission, my name is Kevin Hackett, and I am a resident of 17 East 89th Street, the building directly to the north of the school. My apartment is on the 10th floor, which lines up directly with the cornice line on the roof of the building. And I have two things to say. Number one, in response to suggestions from the board at 17 East 89th Street and residents at 17 East 89th Street, the bulk of the building proposed to be above the cornice line has been significantly scaled back to the point that from my apartment, which is directly affected on the same sight line as the work to be done, does not have its light or air affected adversely in any way. Number two, I think that the whole community will benefit from a revival of the Graham House, which is now a dark hulk of day and night. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and members of the board. My name is Martin Fuliez, and I've been living on the Upper East Side for 42 years. I graduated from St. David's School in 1986, and I'm currently the parent of a second and third grader. Despite giving me and my sons a terrific education, I've witnessed the space constraints the school has dealt with over the past 35 years. And while a lot of while there's been a lot of improvement over the years, not much has changed since I was a student. And after attending a number of my son's performances at school, I'm very impressed by how the curriculum and the scheduling can adjust for the movement between what students undergo on a regular daily basis. But I still can't believe they're performing in cramped spaces, which was the same dining room I ate in when I was a student, and how one room serves so many different purposes. I look back from when I was a student, these chairs and tables get folded back into the wall and become a sports arena a couple hours later, and then a performance arena or gathering area where we meet as parents or the children have assemblies. In addition to getting more dedicated performance space that's crucial to St. David's, as well as a regulation-sized gym and new classrooms, which will allow students to learn in adequately spaced rooms designed for instructions and not bedrooms. Again, I encourage you to go see the way the school is designed currently, and you can kind of see how current classrooms were former bedrooms and how students have to accommodate in the way that the classroom's designed, to understand what I'm saying. I really urge the approval of this project so that the students of St. David's can learn to their true potential and their true potential isn't limited by the inflexibility of the school's facilities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Direk Sadiri, and I actually, over the years, have worn 3 hats at St. David's, and so I look at the situation from 3 different perspectives. I am a resident of 17 East 89th Street. I'm a former St. David's parent and the proud mother of 3 sons who graduated from the school. And more recently, but really when I look back, time flies, for the last almost 20 years, I've been a member of St. David's faculty. So all 3 roles have been a great privilege and pleasure. And as it is privilege and a pleasure for me to speak here today on the behalf of this proposal. All I can say is, as a neighbor at 17 East 89th Street, that at least for our building, a tremendous outreach was made by the school, inviting us to share ideas and actually, change many of the plans as they came along. Certainly, as a former parent, really almost 40 years now, I was able to look at the development of the school and the really masterful usage that they have made of their building facilities. But, as we move into the 21st century, as you've heard before, things have in fact changed and technology has moved into the arena. And so needs are different, and we are really at the point now of bulging. And I see that, I think, mostly now as a member of the faculty and as one of those I've heard a reference before to a nomadic teacher who actually does go from classroom to classroom carrying materials for young children. It is very difficult working in that kind of a space. And it's difficult for the children too, bringing materials. I have large maps, I have books, I have different things. And it is a challenging situation. And of course, in the small rooms, space is constrained. Again, going back to a neighbor, because I do look at this from so many perspectives. From a neighborly point of view, I am so looking forward to the end of the bus traffic. And when I say that, I'm talking about the drop-off and pickup of the children being transferred back and forth to the gym. So hopefully when this is all resolved and everything is on one campus, that will eliminate certainly something that's been a situation on East 89th Street. Thank you so much for your attention, and I certainly hope you approve this project.
Thank you. The next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name's Elizabeth Gormley. I'm a parent of a current 7th grader at St. David's. I can tell you he's taller than I am now. I'm also a resident of the neighborhood. My husband and I have been volunteering to help the school reach out to the neighborhood. We've worked diligently to speak to our neighbors and do our best to address all of their concerns. The headmaster and the principal leaders of the school and this initiative have held 6 meetings that were open to the public, presented to shareholders of the 2 buildings most concerned by this project, met with the board of 19 East 88th Street 3 different times, briefed Civitas, Friends of the Upper East Side, and Carnegie Hill neighbors on our plan. We made ourselves available through email and through phone calls for any questions, presented to Community Board 8 and then Landmarks Preservation Commission 3 times. Our design has changed to incorporate all suggestions we received. We minimized the addition on East 89th Street and used materials to limit the sound pollution. Good schools in the neighborhood increase property values for everyone. We've worked hard to find a solution that takes the concerns of the community into consideration. I hope you will improve this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. I'm a board member and current parent at St. David's, and have worked closely with the project team, excuse me, for over 5 years.
Sir?
Yes.
Can you give your name?
Oh, my name is Craig Wood.
Thank you.
Sorry. St. David's has a very carefully thought out plan to solve the current problems of needing to transport children to a gym over a mile away each day in an assembly space that doubles as a cafeteria. The school's educational schedule is negatively impacted by all of these logistical constraints. The plan to bring a regulation-sized gym on campus and create an assembly space large enough to hold half the students' population will have a major positive impact on our students' education. We will be able to schedule more time for instruction by eliminating the daily bus rides to and from the gym on 2nd Avenue. We will be able to provide more music classes and hold more student performances by creating a dedicated performance space. I urge you to approve our project so we can provide facilities that most other independent schools have and that are necessary for our program. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeffrey Moore, and I am the music director at St. David's School. Much of what I'm going to say may be a repeat of what you have already heard, but I'd like to emphasize just a couple of points if I could. As you have heard, our performance space does double as the school's cafeteria, which means that for all of our rehearsals, we must use the only time available, which is early in the morning or late in the afternoon. And we currently produce 70 musical events every year. That's almost one every 2 or 3 days. For all of these events, we need to schedule these rehearsals around the lunch periods. And in addition, we must move all of our equipment, the costumes, the props, the instruments, and all of these things up and down 7 flights of stairs. And at this point, we are at a point where our space is limiting what we and our boys can do. With the new project, we will be able to hold performances for one division of our school and the parents, and we will have dedicated practice space, storage, and we will not need to work around this lunch schedule. In addition, this multi-purpose performance space will allow for simultaneous rehearsals of our orchestra, our choir, and the class plays. The impact of the lesser scenario on our program would be huge. In addition to the loss of seating for our performances, it would mean the loss of instructional space and the loss of time for instruction. We desperately need as much room as is possible to continue to make our program the best possible and to produce the next generation of arts leaders in New York City. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairperson and fellow board members. My name is Mark Robert. I am the head of the Board of Trustees at St. David's. I'm also a former student. I'm a parent of 2 as well. I will try not to repeat because so many of my colleagues have spoken eloquently about our needs. What I will state clearly is that the mission of the school is to be a school of community that teaches a balance of art and all the other elements, sports and academics. We want fully rounded children. And this is one of the reasons that makes the school so compelling. I think if you talk to any one of our parents, former or past, you will find that the school has a very strong sense of self. That self is based on its very strong reliance on these 3 disciplines coming together. So much of what the school is asking for is really the coming together of a vision that was started 40 years ago. This school cannot be attacked for having moved willy-nilly through this process, nor in its plans to expand into Graham House, which was purchased the summer of my 7th grade year in 1973. So we have been very deliberate and thoughtful about the process. We want to consider the neighborhood, the needs of the neighborhood. Many of us live in the neighborhood, and we also need to consider the needs of the school that has really evolved from a rabbit warren, as many of my colleagues have described, of classrooms to a fully functioning modern school. We're only asking to bring ourselves up to date into the 21st century. We thank you for your consideration, and we ask that you approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is John Deary, and I graduated from St. David's in 1995. I'm also the Assistant Director of Development at St. David's School. And additionally, I grew up across the street from the school in 17 East 89th Street, where I lived for 30 years. My parents moved to that building in 1980 because of its proximity to all of the best, all these incredible grammar and secondary schools in the city. We're more or less right in this neighborhood. And it's important to remember that thriving schools increase property values throughout the neighborhood. And if this neighborhood lost them, they would also lose the families and that make the neighborhood as special and wonderful and valuable that it is. I received a phenomenal education at St. David's School. However, as a student, an employee, and a neighbor, I've witnessed the space constraints and how the school has dealt with them over the past 30 years and the lengths they've gone to deal with them. Within the last decade especially, the constraints have forced the school to limit its academic, athletic, technological, and aesthetic programs. The school should be allowed to evolve as much as education has since I was a student there. Most recently, after speaking with a few of the older boys about traveling 2 miles round trip on the bus to the gym in 94th Street, I question it because the school owns contiguous property on 89th Street. And it's clear to me, at least, that this was only a stopgap measure and cannot be a permanent solution. So the addition of a gym space in this school is crucial to St. David's, as are the large assembly space for performances and new classrooms. These will allow the students to learn in an adequately spaced room designed for instruction and not as bedrooms. Most importantly, I urge the approval of this project so the students of St. David's can fulfill their true potential in a facility that offers them the space that they need and the school's program desperately needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers? All right, Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're now available to you however you wish to discuss this matter. As Sam indicated, he's prepared to address specifically lesser variance scenario 2. We're also happy to answer any other questions any other board members have. AKRF, who prepared the environmental assessment statement, is here to answer any questions you may have on the environmental aspects. And notwithstanding the presentation today, you have a fully briefed material from us on the facts and the findings, including the breadth of legal opinion supporting the deference that should be paid to schools seeking relief from programmatic hardships. I should also add, as Dr. O'Halloran mentioned, we have a near unanimous vote there were abstentions, but otherwise a unanimous vote from the community board. And of course, the Landmarks Commission unanimously adopted this plan, during the course of which concessions were made on all sides of this building. So we're happy to proceed as you would wish us to.
All right, questions for Mr. Friedman? Yes, any questions? No.
I think you raised the issue yesterday. I was not able to attend review session yesterday. But the one outstanding question that remains in my mind is, in terms of programmatic needs of the school, what would be lost by not going to the lot line, by maintaining the already inadequate rear yard on the zoning lot, given the proximity of the residential structure from 88th Street?
I know Mr. White is here to make a presentation on
Yes.
that, but I think I was concerned because he said it's 10 minutes, and I'm just wondering if there's a way that it can be more 5.
Sam, how about 8?
All right,
Okay.
that's
We'll
good.
negotiate. How about 5?
But why don't we have Mr. White here to?
And then we can address then you'll have seen that presentation, and if that's not helpful, then we'll continue to discuss that question. Okay. Thank
But
you.
yes, please come forward, Mr. White. But I just would make one point, which has to do with the overall program of the school. I think that the papers explains what the differences are, but it starts with the premise that what is being proposed is, in fact, the absolute programmatic need. And so I think that case hasn't been made to us as yet. I think that I would agree with Mr. Barsha that that there's a lot of numbers being floated here and there, but it's hard to get an answer to a very simple question, which is, well, how big is the school today, and how big will the school be under the proposal? If there are 2 portions of the school, what is the square footage of both? Is being combined. I know we heard today I think we heard 11,000 square feet, we heard 20,000 square feet. Maybe the overall gain is 11,000 square feet. But we need to understand what that 11,000 square feet gives us more than what the program is today. And if it is, and I can understand that we've seen many school cases before us where I think institutions of education have convinced the board that there's a need for additional space, even though the enrollment may not change, because education, in fact, should be enhanced because there's so many different programs. So I think you can make the case, but I think it has to be laid out for us. So I would say this, that if the presentation is going to merely tell us that, well, you could get 290 people in the auditorium, and under the lesser variance, you can get 260, I think we already know that. I think what we really need to understand is how these differences translate into the absolute programmatic need. At this point, I would say I'm not persuaded that you cannot make the school work with the setback of 4 feet. It is a significant, even though it seems very modest, but to go to the lot line and then go all the way up to, I guess, what would be the height at that point? 98 feet, does have an effect. And I know myself, and I think Commissioner Montanez, we've looked at the drawings. It seems that, in fact, some of the most critical spaces are not being compromised, which is the gym at the top level, and, in fact, the second gym as well. Those spaces are not becoming less, and it seems that there's some reduction in the occupancy or the capacity of some of the I don't know, the classrooms or art rooms, and there's a reduction in the auditorium space. So we can have the presentation here today, but I would prefer to really ask the school to look at this and see, in fact, if they can make this work.
Why don't we do that then? Why don't we just defer and then... Yeah. I think we'll take the chair's advice. I think what we'd like to do is, I know there'll be another hearing, come back and make that presentation to you. I mean, we'll only say in passing that this application, again, the dearth of numbers goes as much to the board's rules and for the various scenarios that make no sense, that we know had to be analyzed and presented to you, and
Right.
with regret, but those are the rules. Those are the rules of the board. But that it is more than simply the square footage. We have, in other schools, I know you have heard considerably about efficiency, travel time, adjacencies, and those are as important factors in the programmatic discussion as anything else.
Right, and I think the board recognizes those, and I think nobody's questioning the need to consolidate the campus over here. I don't think we're even necessarily questioning the kind of spaces that you've allocated. At least for me, my biggest issue is I can't see a significant difference in the program and how it's compromised by having the 4-foot setback as it is right now. And I read the papers, I went back and looked at the drawings. Maybe you can make some adjustments. I think in one case you took out a staircase, you said that was an issue, the staircase could come back, but you may lose some storage space. So it seems to me that you should look to see if that could work.
Well, then let us come back to you and make that presentation as in a whole unified way, rather
That would
than
be good.
start it now and come back later.
That'd be great. Vice Chair,
No,
and then
just
Commissioner.
one point. When you're coming back to us with explaining more precisely the programmatic needs and how they fit into the square footage, we understand that below grade is not counted for zoning square footage, but for the purposes of the programmatic needs analysis, I think you should include it. It just gives us a fuller picture of what the program is.
Well, on that particular point, Mr. Vice Chairman, it's why I raised the issue of adjacencies, because yes, a gymnasium can be put down there, but if everything else associated with it cannot be put down there along with it, then you end up with a system, a problem of efficiency and the like. And as much as the opposition would like to denigrate that as a concept, unless we're going to go to Saturday schedules, the only device left for these schools is to make their days more efficient and to produce more teaching time. And these adjacencies are a critical part of that program.
And I think we've been very open to those arguments
Yes, you
in the
have.
past, as you well know.
Yes, you have. Thank you.
Commissioner Martinez?
Yeah, I had a question about the height of the gymnasium. I'm not sure what the height of the gymnasium is right now and what is, recommended for a gymnasium space. And I also was wondering about the height of the building is at 98.5, but that's really above the height of the roof.
It is because of the kind of mansardish kind of parapet there, but I think Sam can address that for you right now if you wish.
Is that mansard parapet required at the rear?
Sam?
I'm not sure how high that is above the
top
roof.
panel of the roof that goes above the roof line. It's a matter of
A few feet?
Go ahead.
Sam White from Platt Bar DeVell White. You're referring to the section.
The height of the building is at 98.5, but it's above the roof level. So I was just wondering what the difference in, yes, those little wings.
So those, Commissioner, those wings allow us to screen the mechanical equipment from the street, and they also, we think, mitigate the view of the mechanical equipment from any of the apartments at that level. They are also letting light into the building. They're clear stories with the glazing is on the sloped side so that they allow light to get into the gym. This is not glass there. The glass is on the sloped side, so they allow light to get into the gym without creating light pollution visible from the street. So we think that those wings, if you want to describe them that way, sort of allow you to get light into the gym. They they mitigate the view of the mechanical equipment and also, to some extent, sound of the mechanical equipment, and they contribute to the design. Does that answer your question?
Well, I was just wondering how much do they add to the height increase? Especially at the rear.
No, I would say 4 or 5 feet would be my guess.
Of the entire 17 foot.
Of the entire 17 feet. If you were to eliminate them, I think that what you would get would be a relatively, from the 11th or 12th floor of 19 East 88th Street, you'd get a relatively unobstructed view of the mechanical equipment. I think these actually help. But that may not be answering your question, in which case I
was wondering
apologize.
if there's some way to make them more palatable to the rear neighbors.
If that was the problem, I'm sure we could find a solution.
And what is the height of the gymnasium that you're looking for?
It's 22 feet clear inside.
22 feet, okay. And that's a regulation, Jim?
The School Construction Authority requirements don't give a height, I think, for the gym. They just give the size of the basketball court, which is 74 feet long with a recommended 6 feet of overrun at each end. We have 74 feet with 3.5 feet of overrun at each end. So we're a little bit below the recommended for out of bounds at the north and south ends.
Okay.
Volleyball is not part of the St. David's curriculum.
But you're assuming that basketball is similar?
Basketball is similar.
Could you? I'm sorry, you have to come and speak into the microphone. And you, yes, and state your name.
If you have more questions about these specific dimensions, Serena Lachance, my associate, has them at her fingertips.
I think we just want to understand, if I may paraphrase, that there are certain volumes that are also created, and specifically at the top floor. And if there are ways to bring the height down, we were asking you to look at that. If they're based on dimensions or standards that are set by other gyms or other courts, then we'd like that in the record. So if there's any supporting evidence that a standard gym has a certain height and you fall within that height, I think that'd be helpful. that correct, Commissioner?
We'll,
You can
I'll,
provide that
I'll
to
check
us.
the standards again and give you an answer on the height question.
Okay, all right. Other questions? Any other questions? All right, does the board have any questions for Mr. Barsha? I know that he was here and we did not have a chance to ask him any questions. I have none. No. All right. In that case, we can continue the hearing. We will set a schedule. Mr. Friedman, how much time do you need?
Well, we received the opposition's papers at 10:43 this morning. So we'd need we'd like a week for those, and we would be ready and happy to meet with the board as soon thereafter as possible.
All right, but we've asked you to put some information together as well for us, and you believe you can submit that
We
to
think,
us?
I'll say 2 weeks on that.
Okay. All right, so 2 weeks from now is, today's the 6th, right? So, okay. Yes, okay, May 20th. Mr. Barsha, you'll have up till June 3rd, that's 2 weeks, to submit, and then we can have the hearing on June 17th.
Thank you very much.
This concludes the May 6th, 2014 public hearing for the Board of Standards and Appeals.